Every shadow has its secrets. Every darkness, its laws. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, your guide to navigating the most terrifying rules horror the internet dares to spawn each week. Tonight, we present a collection so meticulously crafted, so deeply unsettling, that the final twist will leave you breathless. This isn't just entertainment. It's a test of your nerve. You must see how these rules unravel. What unspoken rules govern your fears? Whisper them in the comments below. And if you're ready to face the darkness head-on, subscribe. Join those who understand the thrill of the forbidden. Listen closely. The rules are about to be dictated. And the ending, well, that's a secret best experienced. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the graveyard shift never ends, and neither do the things that crawl out after midnight. They told me the night shift would be quiet. No customers. Just me, the hum of the freezers, and the flicker of fluorescent lights. They didn't tell me about the rules, or what happens when you break them. This isn't just a creepy story. It's a survival manual disguised as fiction. Stay to the end, because the twist will change how you see every night shift from now on. And if you've ever seen something strange on a quiet night, comment below. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. We'll be watching just like the Raven on counter 3. The first time I saw a raven die inside Raven's Crossing Supermart, it exploded into a cloud of writhing maggots that scattered across the linoleum like living mercury. That's when I realized the 3 rules weren't company policy. They were survival tactics. My name is Jamie Winters, and I never wanted to work the graveyard shift at a forgotten supermarket in rural Montana. But desperation has a way of lowering your standards. After dropping out of college when my mom's medical bills consumed our family savings, I found myself back in my hometown of Raven's Crossing with few prospects and mounting debt. The town itself is barely a footnote on maps. A former mining community that should have died decades ago when the Blackwood Coal Company abandoned the shafts after the '87 collapse that killed 23 miners. Somehow, the town clings to existence, its population dwindling yearly, leaving behind empty storefronts and decaying Victorian houses that whisper of better days. Raven's Crossing Supermart sits alone on the edge of town, a sprawling single-story building surrounded by an asphalt parking lot cracked with weeds. During daylight hours, it's unremarkable. Fluorescent lights, squeaky shopping carts, the smell of floor cleaner barely masking decades of spilled milk and crushed produce. But at night, when the vast windows reflect only darkness and the overhead lights seem to retreat from the corners, the store transforms into something else entirely. I'd been desperate enough to accept the night clerk position without asking too many questions. The pay was surprisingly good, $22 an hour for a job that mainly involved restocking shelves and manning an empty checkout counter from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The store manager, Eliza Morton, a severe woman in her 50s with prematurely silver hair and eyes that never quite met mine, seemed almost reluctant to hire me despite my being the only applicant. "The night shift isn't for everyone," she'd said, studying my application with unusual intensity. "We've had turnover issues. I'm not afraid of being alone," I'd assured her, thinking of the all-nighters I'd pulled during my brief college career. "And I need the money." Something in her expression had softened then. Not quite pity, but a recognition of desperation she understood all too well. 3 rules, she'd said finally, sliding a yellowed index card across her cluttered desk. "Follow them without exception and you'll be fine." I'd glanced at the card, expecting standard retail policies. No stealing, no friends visiting, no sleeping on the job. Instead, I found handwritten instructions that made no sense. If a raven lands on the checkout counter, don't move. If the ice cream freezer hums like it's breathing, keep walking. If the front door's open with no one there, stay behind the counter. I'd laughed, assuming it was some kind of initiation joke. Eliza didn't smile back. "I'm serious, Jamie. These rules keep my night clerks alive." She tapped the card with one long pale finger. Memorize them. The camera system doesn't always work after midnight, and cell reception is spotty at best. You'll be on your own. I nodded, still half convinced it was elaborate hazing for the new employee. The rules seemed arbitrary, even silly, but the intensity in Eliza's eyes suggested otherwise. What happens if I break them? I'd asked, trying to keep my tone light. Eliza had simply retrieved the card, returning it to her desk drawer. Then I'll be interviewing for your replacement next week. That conversation was 3 days ago. Tonight is my first shift completely alone. The evening starts normally enough. Eliza walks me through closing procedures at 10:30 p.m., counting the tills, locking the office safe, checking that the automatic doors are set to manual mode for overnight. The final customers trickle out by 10:50 p.m., mostly locals stocking up on beer and microwave meals. At 11 p.m. sharp, Eliza locks the front entrance from inside, hands me the keys, and heads for the employee exit. Remember the rules, she says, pausing at the door. And Jamie? The security cameras record everything, but don't rely on them to show you the truth. Trust your instincts instead. Before I can ask what she means, she's gone, the heavy metal door clanging shut behind her. The sound echoes through the empty store, followed by an unnatural silence as the daytime ambient music system shuts down automatically. For the first hour, I focus on mundane tasks, restocking the bread aisle, mopping a spill in produce, organizing the magazine rack. The store feels cavernous without customers, the ceiling-mounted fluorescents creating pools of harsh light, separated by deepening shadows. The constant hum of refrigeration units provides the only soundtrack, punctuated occasionally by the building's settling creaks. At midnight, I am arranging a display of canned soup when the security monitor behind the main counter beeps. The system is ancient, a wall of small black and white screens showing grainy footage from cameras positioned throughout the store. One screen flickers, showing the parking lot entrance. A car has pulled in, an old Buick with one headlight dimmer than the other. I watch as the driver parks near to the entrance, sits for a long moment, then exits the vehicle. The figure is indistinct on the grainy monitor, but appears to be a woman in a long coat. I make my way to the front counter, remembering Eliza's instructions about overnight customers. The doors are locked, but legitimate late-night shoppers can buzz for entry. The woman approaches slowly, her face obscured by the camera's poor quality, and the shadows cast by the single parking lot light. When she reaches the entrance, she doesn't buzz for entry. Instead, she presses her palm flat against the glass door and stands perfectly still, her face tilted upward toward the security camera. The monitor suddenly distorts, static washing across the screen. When it clears, the woman is gone. I scan the other monitors, searching for her in the side entrances or loading dock, but there's no sign of her anywhere. A prickling sensation crawls up my spine. I check the front door, still locked. No sign anyone was there. As I turn back to the counter, movement catches my eye. On the monitor showing the bread aisle I just restocked, a dark shape flickers across the screen. Too fast to identify, too solid to be a shadow. The temperature seems to drop suddenly, my breath fogging slightly in the air. The overhead lights flicker once, twice, then stabilize at a slightly dimmer setting than before. From somewhere deep in the store, perhaps the frozen food section, comes a sound that doesn't belong among the mechanical hums and refrigeration cycles. A soft, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat amplified through the building's ventilation system. The security monitor beeps again. This time, all 16 screens show the same image. A raven perched on checkout counter 3, staring directly into the camera, its head tilted at an impossible angle. I glance at counter 3, visible from my position at the main register. It's empty. No raven, no bird of any kind. Yet on the monitor, the raven remains, its eyes reflecting the security light like twin points of flame. As I watch, transfixed, the bird on the screen opens its beak. No sound emerges, but words scroll across the bottom of the monitor in blocky text. Welcome to the night shift, Jamie. She didn't tell you everything. By 1 a.m., I have convinced myself that stress and an overactive imagination caused the strange experiences. The security monitors show nothing unusual. The temperature has normalized, and the unsettling sounds have stopped. I focus on my assigned tasks, methodically restocking shelves in aisle 7, pet food and cleaning supplies. The routine work is almost meditative, and I find myself relaxing slightly. Perhaps Eliza's rules are just the eccentric precautions of a woman who spent too many years in an old building that makes strange noises at night. The sound of the entry buzzer shatters my fragile calm. Someone is at the front door requesting access. I make my way cautiously to the main counter, checking the security monitor. An elderly woman in a floral housecoat stands at the entrance, clutching a large purse. I recognize her as Mrs. Harmon. A regular customer Eliza had mentioned might come in for late-night shopping. Apparently, she suffers from insomnia and often bakes through the night. Just need flour and eggs, dear. Mrs. Harmon's voice crackles through the speaker. Having trouble sleeping again? Her presence is so normal, so expected, that my earlier unease begins to dissipate. I unlock the door, allowing her entry. Thank you, Jamie, she says, smiling warmly. Such a cold night for April. I freeze. I never introduced myself, and I'm not wearing a name tag. Mrs. Harmon doesn't seem to notice my reaction, shuffling toward the baking aisle with practiced familiarity. I return to the counter, watching her on the security monitor. Her movements are perfectly ordinary, selecting items, checking prices, placing products in her small basket. Yet something feels off. The cameras occasionally glitch when tracking her, frames dropping so she appears to teleport short distances. Once she looks directly up at a camera, and for a split second, her eyes reflect the light like an animal's. Tapetum lucidum, the biological structure humans don't possess. The glitch is so brief I convince myself it's just another camera malfunction. Mrs. Harmon approaches the counter with her purchases: flour, eggs, vanilla extract, and oddly, a large container of salt. As I begin scanning her items, she leans forward conspirationally. You're new, she says, her voice suddenly lower, more resonant than before. Do you know why they call this place Raven's Crossing? The town name, I assume, I reply, bagging her flour. She chuckles, the sound like dry leaves rustling. No, dear. The town was named Blackwood originally, after the mining company. They changed it in '88, after what happened. My hands pause over the register. After what happened? After the ravens came. Mrs. Harmon's eyes never blink as she speaks. Thousands of them, the day after they sealed the mine collapse. Covered every building, every street. Most flew away eventually, but some stayed. Some are still here. A soft thud draws my attention to the far end of the counter. A large raven has landed there, its feathers glossy black under the fluorescent lights. It cocks its head, studying us with one obsidian eye. Rule 1 flashes through my mind. If a raven lands on the checkout counter, don't move. I freeze, my hand hovering above the register keys. Mrs. Harmon, however, turns toward the bird with a smile that suddenly seems too wide for her face. Hello, old friend, she whispers to the raven. Is it time already? The bird opens its beak and emits a sound no raven should be capable of. A low, multi-toned hum that vibrates through my teeth and makes the fluorescent lights flicker. Mrs. Harmon nods as if understanding a message. He says you don't belong here, Jamie, she says, still facing the bird. He says you have the wrong blood. My heart hammers against my ribs, but I remain motionless, following the first rule with desperate precision. What does that mean? I whisper, careful not to shift my position. Mrs. Harmon turns back to me, and her face seems subtly changed. the skin tighter across her cheekbones, her eyes darker and deeper set. "It means you're not a Blackwood," she replies. "Everyone who works the night shift here has always been a Blackwood. Until you. Eliza broke tradition when she hired you." The raven hops closer, its talons clicking against the laminate countertop. It stops directly beside my still frozen hand, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from its body. More heat than a bird should generate. "I don't understand," I say, my voice barely audible. "You will." Mrs. Harmon places exact change on the counter, though I haven't told her the total. The ravens remember what's buried beneath. They're gatekeepers, you see, watching the crossing between worlds. She gathers her bags with movements suddenly too fluid for an elderly woman. Her joints bending with unnatural ease. "Follow the rules, Jamie Winters. Not because they'll save you, but because breaking them too soon will end the game before you learn the truth." Mrs. Harmon walks toward the exit, the automatic doors opening for her despite being set to manual mode. Before leaving, she turns back one last time. "Check the employee break room. Behind the vending machine. Eliza keeps the old newspapers there. You should know what happened to the others." The doors close behind her, and she vanishes into the darkness beyond the parking lot lights with impossible speed. The raven remains on the counter, its eyes fixed on me. We stay locked in this tableau for what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes. Finally, it spreads its wings and launches into the air, circling once above my head before disappearing into the shadowy recesses of the ceiling. Mrs. Harmon's suggestion about the break room nags at me. Despite the warning from Deputy Reynolds, who stopped by to check on me, I find myself drawn to the small employee lounge at the back of the store. The space is depressingly generic. A folding table, mismatched chairs, a humming refrigerator, and an ancient vending machine that dispenses off-brand sodas for 75 cents. The vending machine stands against the back wall, its light flickering erratically. It looks heavy industrial, the kind that would require multiple people to move. Yet something about the dust pattern on the floor suggests it has been shifted recently. I brace myself against the side of the machine and push. It moves more easily than expected, sliding sideways to reveal a section of wall covered with yellowed newspaper clippings and photographs. My breath catches as I scan the makeshift memorial. Dozens of articles spanning decades, all with variations of the same headline. Night clerk disappears from local supermarket search continues for missing employee, third worker vanishes from overnight shift. The most recent article is dated just 3 months ago. The employee I presumably replaced. The oldest goes back to 1988, the year after the mine collapse, when the store first opened. Among the clippings are photographs, staff pictures, showing smiling employees on their first day. Each photo has been altered in the same disturbing way. The eye is scratched out with what looks like black ink, but it's the larger photograph at the center of the collection that freezes the blood in my veins. A black and white image from 1987 shows a group of miners standing proudly before the Blackwood mine entrance. 23 men in hard hats and work clothes, their faces solemn beneath coal dust and grime. In the back row, barely visible but unmistakable, stands a man who looks exactly like me. According to the caption, his name was Thomas Winters, my last name. A sharp cracking sound from the front of the store interrupts my thoughts. I hurry back to the main area, heart pounding. The security monitors show nothing unusual, but the temperature has dropped again, my breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. The fluorescent lights seem dimmer, creating deeper pools of shadow between the aisles. A soft, rhythmic sound emanates from the far end of the store, the frozen foods section. It's the same heartbeat-like thumping I heard earlier, but louder now, more insistent. Rule 2 echoes in my mind. If the ice cream freezer hums like it's breathing, keep walking. I should return to the counter, focus on my assigned tasks, ignore whatever strangeness is occurring in frozen foods. That would be the safe choice, the rule-following choice. But the photograph of Thomas Winters burns in my mind. I need answers. And somehow, I sense they're connected to whatever is happening in this store. I grab a price scanner from the counter as an improvised weapon and move cautiously toward the source of the sound. Each step feels heavier than the last, as if the air itself is thickening around me. The frozen food section occupies the back corner of the store. 8 chest freezers arranged in 2 rows, containing everything from ice cream to frozen vegetables. As I approach, the humming sound resolves into something more complex. Not mechanical cycling, but a pattern that rises and falls with organic irregularity. It sounds like breathing. Deep, labored breathing. The central ice cream freezer vibrates slightly with each exhalation. Frost patterns on its glass top, shifting and reforming like living things. The temperature here must be well below freezing. My fingers already numb, joints aching. I should turn back. Follow the rules. Keep walking. Instead, I step closer, drawn by a compulsion I can't explain. The breathing freezer contains premium ice cream brands, their colorful containers arranged in neat rows. Nothing appears unusual about the contents. But as I watch, the frost on the glass surface begins to form patterns. Not random crystalline structures, but deliberate shapes, letters, words. Words, THOMAS. The name forms before my eyes, then melts away as the freezer exhales another frigid breath. What do you want? I whisper, my voice thin in the Arctic air. The frost reforms. HELP-US. My rational mind screams that this is impossible, that frost doesn't form messages, that freezers don't breathe. Yet the evidence is literally before my eyes, impossible to deny. Help who? The miners? Thomas Winters? The breathing pattern accelerates, frost forming and melting rapidly as new words appear. BELOW. ALBELOW. The freezer's hum rises to a pitch that makes my teeth ache. The glass top begins to rattle. Ice cream containers shifting inside as if something beneath them is trying to rise. Rule 2 suddenly seems less arbitrary and more vital. I back away, remembering Eliza's warning. Keep walking. Don't engage. As I retreat, the lights in the frozen section flicker violently. For a split second between flashes, I see something impossible. The freezer's contents replaced by faces pressed against the glass from below. Mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide with decades-old terror. Then darkness, as every bulb in the section burns out simultaneously. I turn and run, abandoning all pretense of courage. The main aisle stretches before me, seemingly longer than before. The distance to the checkout counter expanding impossibly. Behind me, the freezer's breathing grows louder, accompanied now by a wet, sliding sound, like something massive pulling itself across tile. I reach the counter, practically diving behind it, putting the solid barrier between myself and whatever might be following. The security monitors show the frozen section now completely dark. But one by one, they begin to static out, screens filling with snow and interference. The store falls silent again. No breathing, no movement, no sound but my own panicked gasps. The lights return to normal brightness, the temperature gradually rising to its usual level. The entry buzzer sounds, making me jump despite its mundane familiarity. The security monitors remain dead, giving me no view of who might be outside. Rule 3. If the front doors open with no one there, stay behind the counter. The buzzer sounds again, more insistent. Without the cameras, I have no way to verify if someone legitimate is seeking entry. It could be Deputy Reynolds returning early, or a genuine customer needing emergency supplies. It could also be something else entirely. I reach for the intercom, pressing the button cautiously. Who's there? My voice sounds small, frightened. Victor Blackwood, comes the reply, the voice deep and cultured. I believe you're expecting me. I wasn't expecting anyone, but the name registers immediately. Blackwood, like the mining company, like the town's original name. Like the town's original name. I'm sorry, sir. But we're not expecting deliveries at this hour. A low chuckle comes through the speaker. Not a delivery, Mr. Winters. A collection? Eliza should have informed you. He knows my name, just like Mrs. Harmon did. I'm not authorized to allow anyone in without manager approval. I stall, trying to think. The rules say, stay behind the counter if the door's open with no one there. But this isn't no one. It's someone identifying himself clearly. Check the schedule in the office, Blackwood suggests, his tone patient, but with an undercurrent of something cold. You'll find my appointment listed. This gives me a legitimate reason to step away from the door while I consider my options. I retreat to the manager's office, a small room adjacent to the employee break room. The daily schedule hangs on a corkboard, and sure enough, there's an entry for 3:30 a.m. V. Blackwood, special collection. Admit immediately. With reluctance, I press the door release. The automatic doors slide open smoothly. The man who enters moves with fluid grace, his tall frame wrapped in an expensive-looking overcoat. Despite the mild spring night, Victor Blackwood appears to be in his 60s, with silver hair swept back from a high forehead and piercing eyes so dark they appear black in the store's lighting. His features are aristocratic. High cheekbones, aquiline nose, thin lips currently curved in a smile that doesn't reach those obsidian eyes. Thank you, Mr. Winters, he says, his voice even richer in person. I understand this is your first night shift. Eliza speaks highly of your adaptability. I wasn't informed about any collections, I say, maintaining the counter barrier between us as Rule 3 dictates. No, you wouldn't be. Not yet. Not yet. Blackwood surveys the store with proprietary interest. The first night is always about acclimation, seeing if you can follow the rules without understanding why they exist. The rules don't make sense, don't they? His smile widens slightly. You've encountered a raven already, haven't you? And the freezer's unique properties? Yet here you stand unharmed, because you followed the instructions provided. My suspicion deepens. How do you know what I've experienced? Because it's the same for everyone who works the night shift here. A carefully calibrated introduction to the store's peculiarities. Blackwood removes a key from his pocket. Antique. Brass. Ornately designed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my collection to make. Please remain at the counter. For your safety. He moves toward the back of the store, his footsteps unnaturally silent on the linoleum. I should stay put, follow the rules, maintain the safety of my position behind the counter. But the photograph of Thomas Winters burns in my memory, alongside the frost message, help us. Below, all below. I make my decision. Once Blackwood disappears down the central aisle, I move quietly from behind the counter, following at a distance. Breaking Rule 3 feels like crossing an invisible boundary, a point of no return. Blackwood doesn't head toward the freezers as I expected, but to a door marked maintenance only near the loading dock. The door should be locked. It's part of the closing checklist, but it swings open at his touch. He slips inside, closing it behind him. I wait 30 seconds, then approach the door. It's unlocked. Beyond lies a narrow staircase descending into darkness. A basement level I wasn't informed existed during my orientation. The air flowing from the open doorway carries a distinct mineral smell. Damp stone, earth, and something metallic that might be old machinery. Or blood. I retrieve my phone, activating the flashlight function. The beam seems feeble against the absolute darkness below, barely illuminating the first few steps. Common sense tells me to retreat, to return to the counter, and pretend I never followed Blackwood. But the mystery has its hooks in me now. Thomas Winters, the mind collapse, the missing night clerks, the breathing freezer, all connected somehow to whatever lies beneath the store. I begin my descent, each step creaking softly despite my attempt at stealth. The staircase seems to go much deeper than a standard basement would require, the temperature dropping with every step. The walls transition from painted drywall to rough stone, then to what appears to be raw earth, supported by old timber beams, mining supports. The realization hits me with sudden clarity. These aren't stairs to a basement. They're stairs to a mine shaft. The staircase finally ends at a dirt-floored tunnel that stretches into darkness. The construction is unmistakable. An old mining passage, shored up with timbers that groan softly under the weight of earth above. The air is thick with dust, and that same metallic scent, stronger now. My phone's flashlight reveals boot prints in the dirt, fresh impressions leading deeper into the tunnel. Blackwood's trail. I follow the tunnel, trying to move quietly despite the occasional crunch of gravel underfoot. The passage gradually widens, branching into multiple corridors that bear the unmistakable signs of commercial mining operations. Abandoned carts, rusted tools, support beams stamped with the Blackwood Coal Company logo. I'm in the sealed mine, the one that collapsed in '87, killing 23 men, including, presumably, Thomas Winters. But the mine was supposed to be sealed, inaccessible. Instead, it's directly connected to the supermarket built above it. The implications are disturbing. The store wasn't just built near the disaster site. It was built purposefully above it, with maintained access to the sealed tunnels below. A faint glow appears ahead, artificial light spilling from some chamber connected to the main passage. With it comes the sound of voices, one unmistakably Blackwood's resonant baritone, the other higher, feminine, yet with an unnatural echo quality that makes the words indistinct. I extinguish my phone light and creep forward, pressing against the rough wall as I approach the illuminated chamber. The voices grow clearer, beginning to suspect. Blackwood is saying, "The resemblance is too strong. The resemblance is too strong. You should have chosen someone else." "There was no one else," replies the feminine voice, familiar somehow. The bloodline is specific. It had to be him. It's dangerous. If he discovers the connection before the cycle completes, he won't. The rules will keep him contained until the alignment. I edge closer to the chamber entrance, risking a quick glance around the corner. The space beyond is larger than I expected. A natural cavern that's been expanded and reinforced. Battery-powered work lights create harsh shadows across the uneven floor. In the center stands Victor Blackwood, his back to me, facing a figure partially obscured by a stone formation. Between them is what appears to be an altar of some kind. A flat stone slab elevated on rough pillars, its surface stained dark with what I desperately hope isn't blood. On the altar lies a small cloth bundle. As I watch, Blackwood unwraps it to reveal a raven. Not alive, but not exactly dead either. The bird's eyes are open, glassy, yet somehow alert. Its feathers shimmer with an oily iridescence that seems to absorb rather than reflect the harsh light. "The offering is insufficient," says the feminine voice, its owner still hidden from my view. "The barrier weakens with each cycle. We need more than symbols and surrogates now. The preparations are underway," Blackwood responds, his tone deferential. A stark contrast to the authority he projected upstairs. The final sacrifice will occur at the appointed hour. The Winters boy is the key, just as his ancestor was. My breath catches at the mention of my name. Sacrifice? My instinct is to retreat, to flee back up the stairs and out of the store, abandoning this nightmare entirely. But my feet seem rooted to the spot as Blackwood continues. "The resemblance is uncanny," he says, prodding the unnatural raven with one finger. "Thomas Winters could have been his twin." "Not coincidence," replies the hidden figure. "The bloodline was chosen generations ago. We've been guiding it, shaping it, ensuring the vessel would be ready when needed." Vessel. The word sends a chill through me that has nothing to do with the cavern's cold air. "And the others?" Blackwood asks. "The previous night clerks?" "The previous night clerks? Listenos. Maintenance. The barrier requires regular feeding to contain what lies beyond. Their essence keeps the crossing sealed. My stomach churns as the implications become clear. The missing employees weren't just disappearing. They were being sacrificed, fed to whatever barrier these people are maintaining. I must make some small sound. A gasp, a shifting of weight, because Blackwood suddenly stiffens, turning toward the tunnel entrance where I hide. "We have company," he says softly. I don't wait to be discovered. I turn and run, abandoning stealth for speed, racing back through the tunnel toward the stairs. Behind me, I hear Blackwood's voice calling out with unnatural volume. "You can't escape, Jamie. The store won't let you." I reach the staircase and take the steps two at a time, my lungs burning with exertion and the dust-filled air. The door at the top appears as a rectangle of fluorescent light. Safety. Normalcy. Escape. Normalcy. Escape. I burst through into the store's main area, slamming the maintenance door behind me. The familiar aisles and bright lighting should be reassuring, but now they seem like a thin veneer over something ancient and malevolent. I race toward the front entrance, no longer concerned with rules or protocol. My only thought is escape, getting out of this building and as far from Raven's Crossing as possible. The automatic doors loom ahead, the night sky visible beyond the glass. I'm 10 feet away when they slide open smoothly, without me triggering the sensor, without anyone visible outside. Rule 3. If the front doors open with no one there, stay behind the counter. I skid to a halt, remembering the rule too late. The open doorway shows the empty parking lot, a single street lamp creating a pool of yellow light that seems impossibly distant now. Something moves in the darkness just beyond the door, a shifting of shadows that coalesces into a vaguely human shape. Not solid, not fully formed, but unmistakably present. Waiting. I back away from the entrance, remembering Eliza's warning. The rules exist for a reason. They keep night clerks alive. They keep night clerks alive. The shadowy figure remains just outside, neither advancing nor retreating. I turn and sprint toward the counter, seeking the protection promised by Rule 3. As I vault over the laminate surface, the lights throughout the store flicker violently. When they stabilize, the front doors have closed. The shadow is gone, or at least no longer visible. My heart pounds against my ribs as I try to process what I've seen, what I've heard. Blackwood and his hidden companion discussing sacrifices, barriers, and bloodlines. My apparent connection to Thomas Winters, not just resemblance, but some kind of planned genetic lineage, cultivated over generations. The store phone rings, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. I stare at it, remembering the warning. Don't use the phone after midnight unless you want to talk to them. But what if it's help? Deputy Reynolds perhaps checking in early. On the fourth ring, I answer, keeping my voice steady with effort. Raven's Crossing Supermart. Jamie. The voice is familiar. Eliza Morton, I manage her. Where are you in the store right now? Behind the counter, I reply cautiously. Good. Stay there. Her voice sounds strained, urgent. Whatever you do, don't leave that position until sunrise. Blackwood is not what he seems. The chamber shudders violently, dust cascading from the ceiling as the rumbling intensifies. The blue symbols on the altar pulse erratically now, their light fluctuating between brilliant flares and near darkness. The air itself feels charged, heavy with potential energy, and the metallic scent I now recognize as blood, old blood, soaked into the very stone of this place. How does the ritual work? I ask, my decision forming even as fear churns in my stomach. If Eliza is telling the truth, thousands of lives hang in the balance. If she's lying, only my own life is at stake. A calculated risk I'm increasingly willing to take. Relief floods Eliza's face. The book contains the words. The key opens the final page, the completion Thomas never reached. She retrieves the brass key from the altar. Your blood must be given willingly, with full understanding of the sacrifice, at the exact point of crossing. And where's that point? She gestures to the center of the chamber, where the stone floor bears a circular depression about 3 feet in diameter. Unlike the rest of the chamber, This section appears almost liquid, the stone surface rippling subtly like water, disturbed by a gentle breeze. The barrier is thinnest there, Eliza explains. Thomas managed to seal it partially with his sacrifice, but the ritual remained incomplete. The cult has been exploiting that weakness for decades. Before I can respond, a new sound echoes through the chamber. Footsteps approaching from the tunnel entrance. Multiple sets, moving with purpose. They're coming. Eliza whispers urgently. Blackwood must have sensed the barrier weakening. Blackwood must have sensed the barrier weakening. He'll try to stop us, to complete his own ritual instead. She thrusts the book and key into my hands. I'll delay them. You need to start the ritual immediately. I don't even know what I'm doing, I protest, the ancient tome heavy in my grasp. Your blood will know, Eliza says cryptically. The Winter's line has always been connected to this place, to the crossing. It's why Thomas could create the barrier in the first place. Trust your instincts. She moves toward the chamber entrance, withdrawing something from her pocket. A small pouch that she empties across the threshold. Black salt forms a line across the opening. And as it settles, the carved raven figurine in her other hand begins to glow with the same blue luminescence as the altar symbols. I turn my attention to the book, its leather binding warm under my touch despite the chamber's chill. The cover bears no title, only an intricate design of interlocking circles surrounding a central emblem. I turn my attention to the book, its leather binding warm under my touch despite the chamber's chill. The cover bears no title, only an intricate design of interlocking circles surrounding a central emblem, a raven in flight. As I open it, the pages emit a soft blue glow, illuminating text written in multiple languages. Some I recognize as Latin and Greek, others completely foreign to any earthly alphabet. How am I supposed to read this, let alone perform a ritual from it? Yet as I scan the pages, certain sections seem to stand out, becoming more legible as if responding to my attention. Words rearrange themselves, translating into English before my eyes. From the tunnel entrance comes the sound of voices, Blackwood's resonant baritone issuing commands, followed by what sounds like Deputy Reynolds responding with military precision. Eliza stands before the black salt line, the raven figurine held before her like a talisman. Hurry, she calls over her shoulder. Find the sealed section. Use the key. I flip through the ancient pages, searching for anything that might indicate a locked portion. Near the back, I discover several pages fused together, their edges sealed with what appears to be dark wax impressed with a familiar symbol. The same raven crest I noticed on Blackwood's signet ring. The brass key fits perfectly into a small, nearly invisible keyhole at the edge of the sealed section. When I turn it, the wax seal dissolves like smoke, the pages separating to reveal content hidden for perhaps centuries. These final pages contain detailed diagrams of the chamber, where I now stand, along with instructions written in a flowing script similar to the handwriting on my rules card. The ritual is described in precise terms. Placement of the participant, words to be spoken, the exact method of blood offering. Another violent tremor shakes the chamber, this one strong enough to crack one of the stone seats. The circular depression in the center bubbles like boiling liquid, though the stone remains solid enough to the eye. From the tunnel comes the sound of conflict. Eliza's voice raised in what sounds like a chant, Blackwood's angry commands, then a cry of pain that might be Reynolds. I have no more time for hesitation. Following the book's instructions, I position myself beside the altar, facing the rippling circle in the floor. The diagrams indicate I must speak certain words while holding my cut palm over both the book and the circle, connecting them, creating a circuit of blood and intent. The words are unfamiliar, yet as I begin to recite them, they flow from my tongue as if I've known them all my life. The language isn't English or any modern tongue, but something older, its syllables resonating with the chamber's natural acoustics to create harmonics that make the blue symbols pulse in rhythm with my voice. At the tunnel entrance, Eliza's chanting reaches a crescendo as shadows appear behind her. Blackwood and Reynolds attempting to breach her protective line. The black salt glows faintly, holding them at bay. But I can see the strain on Eliza's face as she maintains the barrier. Completed now, she shouts, her voice strained. The blood offering. Quickly, I withdraw my pocket knife, the final tool required by the ritual. The blade gleams in the pulsing blue light as I draw it across my palm. Pain flaring sharp and immediate. Blood wells from the cut. Ordinary human blood. Yet it seems to catch the light strangely, refracting it into prismatic patterns across the altar surface. As my blood drips onto the open book, the words on the page begin to move, flowing like liquid across the parchment, reforming into new patterns, spirals and whorls that match the rippling circle in the floor. I extend my bleeding hand over the depression, continuing the chant as my blood falls into the center of the circle. The effect is immediate and dramatic. The stone surface parts like water, revealing not solid earth beneath but a swirling vortex of darkness, shot through with threads of blue light. The crossing, the breach between worlds that Thomas Winters partially sealed with his sacrifice. My blood doesn't fall into the vortex. It hovers at the surface, spreading outward in thin filaments that begin to weave together, forming a net-like structure across the opening. Each droplet extends, connects, strengthens the growing web. From beyond the vortex comes a response, a sound beyond description, part scream, part song, filled with ancient fury and desperate hunger. The darkness within the circle writhes like a living thing, pushing against the blood barrier I'm creating, testing its strength. At the tunnel entrance, the confrontation reaches its climax. Blackwood breaks through Eliza's salt line, his tall frame silhouetted against the tunnel darkness, Reynolds close behind him. Eliza falls back, the raven figurine in her hand now blazing with blue fire. "Stop him," Blackwood commands, his aristocratic composure shattered by rage and fear. The seal cannot be completed. Reynolds advances, drawing his service weapon, but Eliza interposes herself between us, the raven figurine held high. A raven figurine held high. "Your bullets won't matter soon," she says, her voice eerily calm. Either the seal completes and this place is closed forever, or the entity emerges and we all face judgment for our interference. "You fool," Blackwood snarls, his attention fixed on me and the forming blood seal. "You have no idea what you're doing. The entity has promised us power, knowledge, dominion. Gifts your ancestor rejected out of primitive fear." "I've seen what comes through," Eliza counters. "What touched me? There are no gifts, only consumption." The chamber trembles continuously now, the vortex pulsing with increased intensity as my blood continues to form the sealing web. I maintain the chant, each syllable feeling more natural than the last, as if the words are being pulled from some ancestral memory buried in my DNA. Blackwood lunges forward, reaching for the book, but an unexpected intervention stops him. A raven swoops into the chamber, then another, and another, until the air fills with beating wings and harsh cries. The birds materialize from the shadows, as if born from darkness itself, circling the chamber in a living tornado of feathers and beaks. The guardians, Eliza breathes, wonder in her voice. They've come to protect the ritual. The ravens focus their attack on Blackwood and Reynolds, diving at their faces, clawing and pecking with supernatural precision. Reynolds fires his weapon wildly, the gunshots deafeningly loud in the enclosed space, but hits nothing but stone and air. My chanting reaches a crucial passage, the blood web now covering 3/4 of the vortex. I can feel the drain on my body. Not just blood loss, but something deeper, more essential being drawn from me into the seal. My vision blurs slightly, strength ebbing with each syllable. The vortex fights back, tendrils of darkness pushing through gaps in the blood web, reaching upward like searching fingers. Where they touch the chamber air, Reality itself seems to distort. Stone rippling like water, shadows gaining substance, light bending in impossible angles. I speak the final words of the ritual, my voice barely above a whisper, as strength continues to drain from my body. The blood web contracts suddenly, pulling tight across the vortex like a closing iris. The darkness beyond writhes in apparent agony. A soundless scream vibrating through the chamber floor. Blackwood reaches me just as the last syllable leaves my lips. His face contorts with rage as he drives an obsidian raven figurine toward my chest. But his hand passes through me as if I'm made of smoke. The ritual's completion has changed something fundamental about my physical state. I look down to see my body becoming translucent, my essence being drawn into the seal itself. Not death exactly, but transformation, becoming part of the barrier, as Thomas Winters did before me. No, Blackwood howls, slashing futilely through my fading form. The emergence cannot be stopped. The covenant must be fulfilled. The vortex gives one final violent pulse, then contracts to a pinpoint of absolute darkness at the center of the blood web. The web itself hardens, crystallizing into a solid seal that glows with inner light. No longer just my blood, but my being, my consciousness, fusing with the barrier. As my physical form dissolves, my awareness expands. I see the chamber from multiple perspectives simultaneously, through my fading human eyes, through the ravens circling above, through the very stones of the ancient structure. I perceive the true nature of the crossing, not just a tear between worlds, but a wound in reality itself, inflicted millennia ago by something that should never have reached Earth. And beyond that wound I sense the entity, vast beyond comprehension, patient beyond time, hungry beyond satiation. A consciousness so alien that human minds can only perceive fragments of its true nature, interpreting it through familiar symbols. Ravens, darkness, hunger. The seal completes with a sound like crystal chimes. The blood web, transformed into a barrier of blue light that covers the vortex completely. The entity rages against it, testing its strength, but the seal holds. Not just a physical barrier, but a metaphysical one, powered by willing sacrifice and blood connection. My sacrifice, my blood, my eternal duty as guardian of the crossing. Eliza Martin sits alone in her small apartment, above what used to be the town's only bookstore, now converted into her private research library. 10 years have passed since the collapse of Raven's Crossing Supermart. 10 years since Jamie Winters sacrificed himself to seal the crossing permanently. The walls around her are covered with maps, photographs, and newspaper clippings. A decade's worth of investigation into similar sites around the world. Places where the boundary between worlds thins, where entities like the one beneath Raven's Crossing have attempted to break through. She's documented 17 potential crossings on 6 continents. At each location, she's found evidence of similar patterns. Cult activity spanning generations, mysterious disappearances, and always ravens watching over the sites. The bluestone raven sits on her desk, its glow diminished but still present, a constant reminder of what happened beneath the supermarket. Beside it lies her latest journal, pages filled with transcriptions of messages received through the ravens that occasionally visit her window. Brief communications from what remains of Jamie Winters. A soft tapping at her window draws her attention. A large raven perches on the sill, its eyes reflecting the room's light with unusual intelligence. She opens the window, allowing the bird to hop inside and settle on her desk. "Hello, old friend," she says softly. "Do you bring news?" The raven tilts its head, studying her with one obsidian eye. When it speaks, the voice that emerges is not the harsh caw of a bird, but a whispered approximation of human speech. "Others, searching. Blackwood descendants. Found journals." Eliza's blood runs cold. She suspected some members of the Blackwood cult might have survived, might still seek to re-establish connection with the entity beyond the crossing. but confirmation chills her nonetheless. How close are they? She asks, reaching for her notebook. Too close. Coming here. Seeking new entrance. That's impossible, Eliza says, shaking her head. The collapse buried the chamber completely. Ground-penetrating radar showed no accessible tunnels remaining. Not through Earth. Through dreams. Through blood. The raven hops closer, its movements unnaturally precise for a bird. In its presence, Eliza feels the familiar sensation that accompanies Jamie's communications. A slight drop in temperature, a pressure behind her eyes, the faint smell of stone and metal. They can't reach you through dreams, she says. But uncertainty colors her voice. The entity teaches them, shows paths between, thins barriers through willing minds. This is new information, and deeply troubling. If the entity can influence dreamers, guide them through psychic connections to the crossing, the physical seal might not be sufficient protection. What can we do? Eliza asks, fear evident in her voice for the first time in years. The raven's form shimmers slightly, the bird's outline blurring as Jamie's consciousness strengthens its connection through the guardian creature. Find them first. Break the bloodline connection. Protect the seal. How many are there? 3 remaining. Last of true Blackwood line. Coming to Raven's Crossing tomorrow. Eliza rises immediately, moving to her research wall. Names, descriptions. The raven flies to the wall, landing beside a newspaper clipping from 3 months ago. A business article featuring a photograph of 3 people at a corporate event. The bird taps its beak against the image. Victor Blackwood's grandchildren, Eliza realizes, studying the faces. I thought they'd abandoned his legacy, moved away from the family business. Deception. Always deception. They serve still. The article identifies the 3 as executives in a multinational mining corporation. The modern evolution of the original Blackwood Coal Company. Their planned expansion includes reopening historical mining operations throughout the region, including sites near Raven's Crossing. A perfect cover for accessing the sealed chamber. I'll stop them, Eliza promises, determination hardening her features. Whatever it takes. The raven watches her silently, then speaks once more. Be careful. The entity offers dreams of desire, shows what you most want. And what would that be? Eliza asks, though she already knows the answer. Me, human again, freed from the seal. The truth hangs heavy between them. In 10 years of communication through the ravens, Jamie has never mentioned the possibility of reversing his transformation, of reclaiming human form. The temptation such a prospect might present to Eliza, who has carried guilt over his sacrifice for a decade, would be nearly irresistible. I would never compromise the seal, she says firmly. Not even for that. The entity knows your heart, offers false hope. Beware. With that final warning, the raven spreads its wings and flies back to the window, pausing on the sill for one last message. Watch for the signs. 3 rules still protect. The ruins of Raven's Crossing Supermart lie undisturbed under moonlight, the collapsed structure long since reclaimed by nature. Weeds push through cracked concrete, and young trees have taken root where aisles of groceries once stood. The site has become a local curiosity, a place teenagers dare each other to visit at night, telling embellished stories of the building's sudden, unexplained collapse a decade ago. None of them know the truth of what lies beneath. Eliza approaches cautiously, using the cover of trees surrounding the former parking lot. The blue raven stone pulses gently in her pocket, responding to proximity to the sealed crossing. She's come prepared. Salt, iron implements, protective charms researched from a dozen different traditions. Most importantly, she carries knowledge, understanding of what the Blackwood descendants intend and how to stop them. Movement near the center of the ruins catches her attention. 3 figures in dark clothing arrange items in a rough circle, where the frozen food section once stood. Even from a distance, the family resemblance is clear. The same tall frames, the same aristocratic features that characterized Victor Blackwood. The last of his line, Catherine, Marcus, and Elias Blackwood. Executives, philanthropists, respected community leaders, and secret servants of the entity beyond the crossing. Eliza edges closer, keeping to the shadows. The Blackwoods have set up equipment around their ritual space. Not the crude tools of traditional occultism, but sophisticated technology. Ground-penetrating radar, seismic sensors, a device Eliza doesn't recognize that emits a low, pulsing hum. Modern methods serving ancient purposes. Catherine Blackwood, the eldest, directs her siblings with practiced authority. The readings confirm it. This is directly above the chamber. The entity's resonance is strongest here. Marcus checks a tablet displaying complex waveforms. Dimensional thinning already underway. The dream-walking prepared the connection point as expected. From the trees surrounding the ruins, ravens begin to gather. First a few, then dozens. Their black shapes barely visible against the night sky. They make no sound, no movement to betray their presence. But Eliza knows they're not ordinary birds. They're extensions of Jamie's consciousness, guardians responding to the threat against the sealed crossing. Catherine removes an object from a velvet pouch, an obsidian raven identical to the one Victor Blackwood used a decade ago. Its surface seems to absorb moonlight, creating a void in the shape of a bird. Blood of the Covenant, she intones, producing a silver knife, freely given to renew the pact. The three siblings extend their palms, each receiving a shallow cut that allows blood to drip onto the obsidian figure. As the blood touches the stone, it doesn't flow normally but seems to be absorbed, pulled into the material, as if it were porous. The humming device increases in pitch, its tone shifting to something that makes Eliza's teeth ache. The ground beneath the ritual circle begins to vibrate subtly, loose stones skittering across concrete fragments. It's time to intervene. It's time to intervene. Eliza steps from the tree line, the blue raven stone held before her like a talisman. Stop, she commands, her voice carrying unexpected authority. You have no idea what you're attempting to release. The Blackwoods turn as one, surprise quickly replaced by recognition on Catherine's face. Eliza Morton, she says, a cold smile forming. Grandfather's journals mentioned you. The researcher who interfered. The one who helped seal the crossing. The one who helped seal the crossing. The one who helped save your world. Eliza corrects, continuing her approach. The entity you serve isn't a benefactor. It's a parasite. It gave your family nothing you didn't already possess. Took credit for success you earned through human means, all while feeding on your sacrifices. The ravens choose this moment to reveal themselves. Hundreds launching simultaneously from surrounding trees with a thunderous beating of wings. They circle above the ritual space, their formation unnaturally precise, creating a living vortex against the night sky. Catherine raises the obsidian raven, speaking words in a language that seems to tear at reality itself. The same incantation Victor used a decade ago, passed down through generations of cult leadership. The humming device reaches a painful intensity, the ground vibration strengthening until small fissures appear in the earth. From these cracks emerges a familiar blue glow, the light of the seal, visible now through the thinning barrier between surface and chamber. Eliza raises her own stone raven in response, speaking counterwords learned from Jamie's communications. The blue glow intensifies, pushing back against the spreading fissures. The circling ravens descend suddenly, focusing their attack on the humming device. Dozens of birds sacrifice themselves, diving directly into the machinery, their bodies disrupting its operation through sheer mass and momentum. Through this chaos, Eliza continues her approach, the blue stone growing brighter with each step. When she reaches the edge of the ritual circle, she casts a handful of black salt, the same substance she used to create a barrier in the chamber years ago. The effect is immediate. The salt forms a perfect circle, cutting off the Blackwoods' connection to the energies they've begun to summon. The fissures stop spreading, the blue glow receding back into the earth. "No!" Catherine cries, genuine fear replacing confidence. "The connection can't be broken mid-ritual." "It already has been," Eliza says grimly. "The consequences manifest instantly." The obsidian raven in Catherine's hand cracks down the center, dark energy spilling from within. The three siblings collapse to their knees, gasping as something invisible but tangible seems to be pulled from them. The entity reclaiming what it granted their bloodline, just as it did with their grandfather. But something unexpected happens. As the entity withdraws its influence from the Blackwoods, the ground beneath them destabilizes completely. The ritual site collapses inward, creating a sinkhole that threatens to swallow everyone present. Eliza scrambles backward as earth falls away beneath her feet. The ravens wheel overhead in obvious distress, their formation breaking as Jamie's consciousness attempts to respond to this unforeseen development. Catherine and Marcus Blackwood slide into the widening pit, their screams cut short as darkness engulfs them. Elias manages to catch himself at the edge, hanging desperately from a twisted metal beam that once supported the supermarket's foundation. Eliza has a split-second decision to make: retreat to safety, or attempt to save the youngest Blackwood. Despite everything, she chooses compassion, lunging forward to grasp Elias's outstretched hand. "Hold on," she shouts, bracing herself against the crumbling edge. From within the depths comes a sound that raises the hair on Eliza's neck. Not the entity's rage, but something else. A human voice, distorted but recognizable. "Eliza." She crawls cautiously to the edge, peering into darkness that seems deeper than physical space should allow. The blue glow has returned, illuminating the sinkhole's interior. Not a simple collapse, but a direct opening to the sealed chamber far below. And standing in that chamber, visible through layers of earth and stone, rendered somehow transparent by the blue light, is a figure she recognizes immediately despite the decade that has passed. Jamie Winters, not as she last saw him, dissolving into the seal, but fully human in appearance, looking exactly as he did the night he sacrificed himself. "Jamie," she whispers, disbelieving. "Not Jamie," come the response, the voice echoing strangely through the opening. "The entity, wearing memories, offering dreams." Understanding dawns with horrifying clarity. The entity has found a new approach, no longer attempting to break through physically, but using Jamie's appearance, his memories, to manipulate emotional connections. The seal, Eliza gasps. Is it broken? Weakened? Not broken. Attempting deception. The figure that appears to be Jamie smiles, the expression too wide, too fixed. When it speaks again, the voice shifts between Jamie's familiar tones and something ancient, multi-layered. "Eliza, help me. I found a way back. I can return if you just reach down. Take my hand." The Jamie thing extends its arm upward, fingers stretching impossibly long toward the opening. A raven lands directly in front of her, breaking her line of sight to the entity below. The bird's eyes glow blue. Jamie's true consciousness, communicating through his chosen guardian. "Remember the rules." The raven speaks in Jamie's voice. "If shadows move without source, stay in the light until dawn." Eliza withdraws her hand, strengthened by the reminder of the rules that have protected Raven's Crossing for a decade. "Jamie made his choice," she says firmly. "His sacrifice meant something. I won't dishonor it by falling for your deceptions." From above, the ravens descend in a coordinated attack. Hundreds of birds diving into the sinkhole, their bodies glowing blue as they sacrifice themselves to reinforce the weakened seal. They form a living barrier between the entity and the surface world, their essence merging with the original blood web created by Jamie's sacrifice. The entity roars in frustration as the opening begins to close, the transparent effect fading, solid matter reasserting itself between worlds. As the sinkhole closes completely, the blue glow fading from the surface world. The remaining ravens gather in the trees surrounding the ruins. Their collective gaze, Jamie's gaze, focuses on Eliza and the serving Blackwood. "What happens now?" Elias asks, his voice small in the growing light. "You have a choice," Eliza says. "Continue your family's destructive legacy, or help me protect what should remain buried." She extends her hand, offering not just immediate assistance, but a new path forward. After a moment's hesitation, Elias takes it. As the sun rises over Raven's Crossing, the ravens disperse, returning to their function as watchful guardians throughout the region. One remains, perched on a broken beam that once supported the supermarket's roof. Its eyes glow blue in the morning light, watching over the town it has sworn to protect. "I am Jamie Winters, the night clerk, the guardian, the willing sacrifice. And I am the reason the ravens watch you while you sleep. So now you know." Some freezers breathe, some shadows lie, and some birds don't fly away, even after death. This story was brought to you by Night Creepypasta Rules, where rules aren't meant to be followed. They're meant to keep you from being found. Hit subscribe. Drop a comment. Tell us what would have broken you first. The raven, the freezer, or the moment you realized the rules were watching back. And remember, the night shift always returns. So will we. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where survival depends not on strength or courage, but on whether you follow the rules. Rules that should never exist, and yet do. Tonight's story begins in the Appalachian Mountains, where a lone fire lookout climbs into a steel tower above the trees, expecting silence, solitude, and the occasional smoke report. Instead, they find a logbook filled with warnings, red eyes in the forest that never blink, and something that counts the stairs beneath them each night. There are 3 rules to staying alive at Crow's Peak, and by the end of this story, you'll understand exactly why those rules exist and what happens when someone breaks them. This is not just another scary story, it's a descent. Watch until the end to uncover a twist that redefines everything you've heard so far. And if you've ever felt something watching you from the woods, leave a comment below. Subscribe for more stories that don't just haunt your nights, they rewrite your reality. They tell you the hardest part of being a fire lookout is the isolation, the endless sea of trees stretching further than the eye can comprehend. They talk about loneliness like it's the primary occupational hazard. They don't tell you about the rules for when the trees look back. The final hike up to Crow's Peak Lookout was brutal. My pack digging into shoulders already sore from the long drive deep into the heart of the Appalachians. The air grew thinner, smelling sharply of pine needles and damp earth, carried on a wind that whispered through the dense canopy far below. Then the trees opened up, and there it was, a skeletal metal structure surmounted by a small cabin, perched impossibly high on the rocky summit, scraping the belly of the vast indifferent sky. My new home? My refuge, or perhaps my cage? Climbing the seemingly endless flights of metal stairs, the wind plucking at my clothes, the world shrinking beneath me into a dizzying panorama of folded green ridges. I felt a strange mix of vertigo and exhilaration. This was what I wanted. Distance. Solitude absolute enough to maybe finally quiet the noise inside my own head. The cabin at the top was Spartan. A cot, a small wood stove, a desk bolted to the floor, maps pinned to the walls, and windows everywhere, offering a breathtaking, terrifying 360-degree view. It felt like being suspended in a glass box at the top of the world. Finding the previous lookout's leavings didn't take long. Tucked in a dusty cupboard was a thick, worn logbook and a small box of cassette tapes, simply labeled L. Maxwell. Observations. Leo Maxwell. The name meant nothing to me then. Just a predecessor who, according to the sparse official handover notes, had left abruptly due to personal reasons. My first task was the radio check-in. Static hissed and crackled before resolving into a man's voice. Rough around the edges, but clear. Crow's Peak. This is base. Callahan responding. You made it then, Avery. Affirmative. Base. Callahan? It's Lyndon Avery. I've reached the tower. I'll seem secure. Trying to sound more competent than I felt. Good, Rory, Callahan's voice replied. There was a pause. The static filling the silence. All right, Avery. Settled in. Got the coffee maker figured out. Good. Now, listen up. Standard evening brief. Plus orientation specifics for Crow's Peak. Non-negotiable. You copy. His tone shifted subtly, losing the earlier gruffness, becoming flat, precise. Rule 1, he began, the words stark against the background hiss. You'll be scanning the perimeter constantly, standard procedure. If, during your scans with the tower binoculars, you focus on something and realize you're looking at eyes staring back at you, could be miles away, doesn't matter. Do not blink. Hold its gaze until it looks away, or you look away first. Got it. I swallowed. Eyes? What kind of eyes? Doesn't matter. Callahan cut me off. Rule 2. The spotlight on the catwalk is for emergencies only. Fires, lost hikers. If you do use it, and you sweep it across the tree line below and see red eyes reflecting back, turn the spotlight off. Immediately. Don't investigate. Just kill the light. A chill traced its way down my spine. Red eyes, like an animal? Like nothing you need to worry about if you turn the light off, he retorted sharply. Rule 3. This tower is old. It creaks. You'll hear noises, but sometimes late at night you might hear footsteps on the stairs. Metal stairs, distinctive sound. You hear that, you count the steps, quietly. If you count more than 13 steps coming up, lock the hatch in the floor. Don't open it till sunrise, no matter what you hear. 13 steps. The cabin floor suddenly felt very thin beneath my boots. More than 13, I whispered into the mic. What is it? It's something that stopped after 13 steps if you want to see morning, Callahan said, his voice grim. Those are the rules, Avery. Specific to this tower. Non-negotiable. Learn them. Live them. Any questions? My mind reeled. This had to be some elaborate hazing for the new recruit, right? Appalachian folklore spun into a test? But the dead seriousness in Callahan's voice, the utter lack of humor, felt chillingly genuine. No, I said, my voice tight, no questions. Understood. Good. Standard check-ins every 3 hours. Don't miss one. Callahan out. The radio clicked back to static. The first night descended, painting the endless ridges in bruised purples and fiery oranges, before sinking into an impenetrable, star-dusted black. The silence was immense, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind around the cabin and the periodic creaks and groans of the tower settling beneath me. It felt less like solitude, more like being adrift on a dark, silent ocean. Later, when able to sleep, I pulled out Leo Maxwell's logbook. The early entries were mundane. Weather patterns, wind speeds, notes on repairing the stovepipe. Standard lookout fare. But further in, the handwriting grew more cramped, erratic. Strange sketches started appearing in the margins. Spirals, eye-like shapes. Figures made of jagged lines hidden between trees. Then I found the last few pages. Reports of strange lights, static bursts on the radio, unnerving descriptions of watching distant figures through the binoculars. The final entry, dated just over a month ago, was barely legible. The pen strokes deep and frantic. Oct 17. Constant now. It sees me. Through the glass. Doesn't matter how far. Rule 1 isn't enough. The rest of the page was ripped out, leaving only a ragged edge and a dark, ugly smudge that might have been ink, or perhaps something else entirely. Leo Maxwell's torn, frantic final entry left a residue of ice in the pit of my stomach. Rule 1 isn't enough. What did that mean? Driven by a nervous energy I couldn't suppress, I grabbed the heavy tower binoculars from their mount. Maybe seeing the vast, empty landscape in daylight would dispel the creeping dread. I started scanning the distant ridges, ridge after identical green ridge, following standard procedure, trying to focus on the routine. My gaze snagged on a patch of unusual shadow deep in a valley miles away, partially obscured by trees. Raising the magnification, I squinted, trying to make it out. The shadow resolved. It wasn't shadow, it was eyes, enormous, dark, ancient-looking eyes, nestled amongst the foliage, staring directly, unblinkingly, back at me. My breath hitched, heart slamming against my ribs. Rule 1. Don't blink. Raw panic screamed at me to look away, to drop the binoculars, but Callahan's dead serious voice and Leo's warning echoed louder. I froze, locking my gaze with that impossible stare, the binoculars suddenly feeling like lead weights in my hands. Tears welled, blurring my vision, my own eyes burning, begging for the release of a blink. The world narrowed to just that intense, intelligent, unreadable gaze across the miles. Seconds stretched into an eternity. It felt like a physical pressure, a silent interrogation. Just as I thought I couldn't hold on a second longer, that my eyes would betray me. The eyes across the valley simply weren't there anymore. The shadow was just a shadow again. I gasped, lowering the binoculars with trembling hands, blinking rapidly, tears streaming down my face. Shaken, I tore through Leo Maxwell's logbook again, searching for any mention of eyes, of being watched. I found more disturbing sketches. Eye shapes hidden in drawings of trees, a recurring spiral motif, and margin notes like it sees everything. The glass doesn't stop it, and watch it. When I radioed Rory Callahan later, trying to sound nonchalant while asking about Leah's specific reasons for leaving, his voice grew tight. Told you, Avery. Personal reasons. Couldn't handle the quiet. Drop it. The line crackled with static, louder than usual, and for a moment I thought I heard faint, layered whispering beneath the hiss before it cleared. That night, the mountain showed its teeth. A thunderstorm rolled in without warning, exploding across the peaks with terrifying violence. Wind screamed around the tower, shaking the metal structure like a dog with a rat. Rain hammered the windows. Lightning illuminated the vast, churning sea of trees in stark, momentary flashes. I felt incredibly small, incredibly exposed, trapped in my glass box swaying 100 feet above the ground. The power flickered, died, then sputtered back on thanks to a backup generator, plunging me into brief, terrifying moments of darkness where the wind sounded like something immense trying to claw its way inside. The storm passed as quickly as it arrived, leaving behind a dripping, unnervingly silent world. But the feeling of being watched was back, stronger now, more palpable. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig sounded intentional. Was it the isolation finally getting to me? Or had the staring contest through the binoculars broken some unspoken truce? As I scanned the rain-washed darkness later, trying to calm my nerves, the powerful emergency spotlight mounted on the catwalk outside suddenly blazed to life, cutting a harsh white swathe across the dark, wet trees below. I hadn't touched the switch. The spotlight beam sliced through the night, unnaturally bright against the rain-darkened woods. Malfunction? Triggered by the storm. I fumbled for the switch inside the cabin that controlled it, intending to kill the power. As my hand reached the panel, the beam continued its slow, automatic sweep across the tree line, directly below the tower, and froze. 2 points of light ignited in the darkness, caught squarely in the center of the beam. Not the green-yellow reflection of a deer or coyote. These were large, perfectly round, glowing with an intense, steady red light. They didn't blink. They just stared up towards the tower, radiating a cold, malevolent intelligence. Rule 2. Turn off the spotlight. My fingers found the main breaker for the external lights and slammed it down. The spotlight died instantly, plunging the forest back into absolute darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed away from the windows, feeling exposed, suddenly understanding this wasn't just about seeing things. It was about not provoking what I saw. Sleep was impossible after that. I kept hearing things. Faint scratching sounds on the metal roof, a soft tapping against the glass panes, sounds that could have been the wind, or settling metal, or something else entirely. Looking out cautiously hours later, I saw strange lights, like distant lanterns or will-o'-the-wisps, moving slowly, deliberately, deep within the woods where no trails existed. And the next morning, after a thick fog had blanketed the peak then burned off, I found them at the base of the tower stairs. 3 small, smooth river stones placed carefully on the bottom step, arranged in a deliberate triangle, untouched by fog damp, as if placed there moments before. My isolation was broken mid-morning by the unexpected sound of someone hailing the tower from below. It was a man, lean, 40-something, dressed in practical hiking gear, looking up with a friendly smile. He introduced himself as Dr. Corbin Vale, a botanist apparently, studying rare lichen formations on the surrounding rock faces. His explanation felt plausible, yet his eyes were unnervingly sharp, taking in every detail of the tower, lingering a moment too long on the now dark spotlight. He asked about the storm, any unusual animal sightings, his questions casual but oddly specific. Fascinating ecosystem up here, he commented, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Full of old secrets. Heard stories about the old lookout Maxwell. Shame he left so suddenly. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Leo's log had indeed mentioned Dr. V, a researcher asking probing questions about atmospheric anomalies just weeks before his final entry. When I mentioned Dr. Vale's visit during my next radio check-in with Rory Callahan, the silence on the other end stretched for several seconds too long. Vale? Rory repeated, his voice strained. Corbin Vale? Oh, didn't know he was back in the area. You just stick to your duties, Avery. Report fires. That's it. Don't get distracted. He sounded rattled. That night, the silence felt heavier, more watchful than ever. I tried to lose myself in one of Leo's old cassette tapes. Crackly recordings of weather reports mixed with his increasingly agitated thoughts. Can't shake the feeling, his recorded voice whispered, layered with static. It knows I'm here. It knows I'm here. It knows I'm watching. Suddenly, his recorded voice was drowned out by a new sound. Sharp and clear in the present moment, coming not from the tape player, but from outside, below. Creak. Creak. Slow. Rhythmic. Undeniably heavy footsteps, starting up the metal stairs from the darkness at the base of the tower. Every muscle in my body went rigid. The creaking was slow, deliberate, each step echoing upwards through the tower's metal frame. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't settling metal. It was footsteps, heavy ones. Rule 3 slammed into my mind. Count them? My breath caught, listening intently, heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. 1, 2, the sounds agonizingly slow, measured. 3, 4, 5, climbing steadily higher. 6, 7, 8, halfway up now. Louder. 9, 10, 11, almost here. 12, 13. Silence. The footsteps stopped just below the trapdoor hatch set into the cabin floor. My only way in or out, had it stopped? Was 13 the limit? I held my breath, straining to hear anything over the frantic drumming in my ears. Then, creak. 14. Ice flooded my veins. More than 13. I scrambled across the small cabin floor on hands and knees, fumbling with the heavy iron bolts securing the thick metal hatch. My fingers were clumsy with terror. 15. 16. The steps were right outside now, just beneath the floor. I slammed the final bolt home with a loud clang, just as something immensely heavy thudded hard against the underside of the hatch, making the whole cabin floor vibrate. Silence again. But it was a predatory silence now. I backed away from the hatch, pressing myself against the far wall, staring at the bolted metal square in the floor as if it might burst upwards at any moment. Did it know I was here? Could it sense me? What was it? I stayed like that for what felt like hours, adrenaline slowly fading, leaving behind a residue of cold, paralyzing fear. Nothing else happened. No more thuds, no scratching, just the moan of the wind outside and the frantic beating of my own heart. Morning arrived, shrouded in fog so thick it pressed against the cabin windows like a solid white wall, reducing my world to the 10 square feet of the room. Visibility. 0. The isolation was absolute, suffocating, and through the muffled silence, I heard them again. Creak, 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 footsteps ascending. I counted automatically, a cold dread gripping me. 10, 11, 12, 13. They stopped. This time they stopped at 13. Was it testing me? Playing with me? Or was it something different trying to get in now? The radio crackled, Rory trying to raise me, his voice barely penetrating the fog-induced static, asking for visibility reports I couldn't give. Trapped by the fog, unnerved by the footsteps, I turned back to Leo Maxwell's logbook, searching for anything, any clue. Tucked between pages near the end, I found a loose, folded note I'd missed before. It was in Leo's handwriting, but more hurried, desperate. Vale isn't who he says. Asks too much about the Watcher. Thinks it's a power source. He wants to provoke it. Don't trust him. Don't let him near the tower. The fog finally began to lift mid-afternoon, revealing a world washed in eerie gray light. And something new. On the outside of the window pane facing west, high up, were 5 distinct, oddly shaped handprints made of a sticky, translucent, resinous substance like pine sap, but clearer. They were far too high for any normal person to reach from the catwalk outside. My blood ran cold. It had been on the windows while I was trapped inside by the fog. Just before dusk, my radio crackled again. It was Rory, his voice tight with an urgency that superseded his usual gruffness. Avery. Got a smoke report confirmed. Section 7, moving fast. Looks bad. Winds picking up, shifting your way. Prepare for possible emergency evac. But Avery, listen to me. Orders are clear. You do not leave that tower until you get the direct word from me or ground crew arrives. No matter how close the fire gets, do you copy? The order felt insane, contradictory. A death sentence potentially overriding basic survival. Stay put while fire races towards you? Why? The sky bled orange. Smoke, thick and acrid, clawed my throat even inside the sealed cabin, stinging my eyes. Ash rained down like gray snow, dusting the windowsills. Miles away, yet terrifyingly close, the wildfire chewed through the forest. A roaring beast crowned with flame, driven relentlessly towards Crow's Peak by the shifting wind. Rory Callahan's insane order echoed in my ears. Stay put. Do not leave the tower. Trapped between the inferno outside and whatever haunted this peak. The entity, the Watcher, seemed to revel in the chaos. Through the swirling smoke, I scanned the perimeter with the binoculars, my hands slick with sweat. Ice. Not distant this time, but seemingly within the smoke itself. Multiple pairs. vast and ancient, observing the destruction, observing me. I held my gaze until they dissolved back into the haze, my own eyes burning from smoke and strain. Red eyes flared brighter than embers deep within the woods below, ignoring the approaching flames and the footsteps. They started again, pounding up the stairs, faster this time, relentless, shaking the entire structure. 14, 15, 16, hammering against the underside of the bolted hatch like something desperate to escape the escape. To flames, or join me in my potential tomb. Then a voice hailed from below, impossibly close over the fire's roar. Avery! Lyndon Avery! Down here. I scrambled to the catwalk railing, peering through the choking smoke. Dr. Corbin Vale stood near the base of the tower, miraculously untouched by the nearby flames, gesturing frantically upwards. He had equipment with him now, strange antennae, a humming metal box. The fire's almost here, he yelled, his voice tight with an urgency that felt utterly false. The tower structure won't hold in this heat. You have to come down, now. Leo Maxwell's warning screamed in my head. Don't trust him, Rory's order, insana as it was, held me rooted. Radio orders are to stay put until instructed, I yelled back, coughing on the smoke. Vale's friendly academic mask slipped, replaced by feverish excitement. Orders? Don't be a fool! Callahan just follows protocols he doesn't understand. Don't you see? This is it. The fire. The fear. It draws the Watcher out. Concentrates its energy. I've studied Maxwell's logs. The local legends. It feeds on this. I just need to calibrate my equipment. Get clear readings when it fully manifests. He gestured wildly towards the smoke-choked woods. It needs a focal point. Avery, you're terror. Up here, trapped. You're the perfect catalyst. Help me capture this phenomenon. He wasn't here to save me. He wanted to use me. Use the fire. Use my fear. Provoke the entity he supposedly studied. All for his obsessive research. Maybe he'd even help the fire along. The cold dread that washed over me was momentarily more chilling than the heat radiating from the approaching flames. Rory's order wasn't malice. It was a desperate, flawed protocol. The tower was some kind of shelter, a boundary, and Vale wanted me outside it. As if summoned by Vale's outburst, the atmosphere shifted. The roar of the fire seemed to warp, twisting into discordant whispers. The smoke thickened, coalescing into shifting, vaguely humanoid shapes with glowing red embers for eyes. The pounding beneath the hatch intensified, joined by frantic scratching sounds. The air grew thick, heavy, pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. The Watcher wasn't just out there anymore. It felt like it was everywhere, pressing against the fragile reality of the tower itself. While I was frantically adjusting his humming equipment below, aiming antennae towards the cabin. Energy crackled visibly around his devices, and the pounding beneath the hatch grew impossibly loud, the metal groaning under the impacts. He was aggravating it, drawing its focus right here. Panic gave way to desperate action. I remembered Leo's notes, the rules, Callahan's seriousness. The tower was a boundary. Locking the hatch kept something out. Maybe the cabin itself offered protection Vale didn't have below. I scanned the cabin. Fire extinguisher, emergency flares, the heavy water tank on the roof for dousing embers. No, I wouldn't be his catalyst. I grabbed a signal flare gun from the emergency kit. Leaning over the catwalk railing, through the swirling embers and choking smoke I aimed. Not at the entity I couldn't fully see, but at Vale's humming equipment. I fired. The flare hit the metal box with a bright magnesium flash and a shower of sparks. Vale cried out in rage and surprise. The equipment sputtered, energy crackling erratically before dying with a loud pop. The immediate, intense pressure around the tower lessened slightly, the pounding beneath the hatch faltering for a second. But the Watcher, its attention now fully drawn, perhaps angered by the interference, seemed to coalesce in the smoke directly before me on the catwalk. Not a solid form, but a vast, towering shape of shadow, heat haze, and burning embers. Impossibly tall, with those ancient, unblinking eyes locking onto mine. Rule 1. Don't blink. I met its gaze, smoke stinging my eyes, heat searing my skin. Behind the entity, through the swirling chaos, I saw Vale scrambling away from his damaged equipment, his face contorted in fury, starting towards the stairs, maybe intending to force me down. The footsteps started again, inside my head now, pounding relentlessly. 13, 14, 15, echoing the entity's approach, or perhaps something else trying to break through from within. The metal structure of the tower groaned under the immense heat of the fire, now licking at the base supports. Then, an idea. Desperate. Suicidal, maybe. The water tank. If I released it now, while still holding the Watcher's impossible gaze, fumbling with my good hand, I found the emergency release valve for the rooftop water tank. With a final surge of adrenaline, I yanked it open. Tones of water cascaded down, not just dousing the cabin roof, but creating an immense cloud of steam as it hit the superheated metal of the catwalk and the air around the entity. The Watcher recoiled, its form momentarily disrupted by the deluge, letting out a deafening psychic shriek that felt like tearing ice in my skull. Through the steam and chaos, I saw Vale, caught halfway up the stairs by the unexpected flood, lose his footing on the slick metal. He screamed as he tumbled backwards into the smoke and fire below. The immediate presence of the Watcher dissipated with the steam, but the fire raged on. The tower shuddered violently, metal shrieking in protest. I stumbled back from the railing, collapsing onto the cabin floor, gasping for air, my eyes burning. The hatch remained bolted. The fire burned below. I was alive, alone, trapped in the heart of the inferno. The Watcher momentarily gone, but the mountain itself felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. The world outside the cabin windows slowly swam back into focus through a haze of smoke and pain. The roaring inferno that had threatened to consume Crow's Peak had moved on, leaving behind a scarred landscape of blackened trees and smoldering earth under a sky choked with gray dawn. The immediate, overwhelming heat had lessened, replaced by an eerie, unnatural silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of dying embers below, and the groan of the heat-stressed tower. My shoulder screamed where I had wrenched it using the water valve. My lungs burned with inhaled smoke, and minor burns dotted my arms. But I was alive, alone. I cautiously peered over the catwalk railing. The stairs were still intact, though warped and blackened. Below, the ground was a mess of ash, steaming debris, and the charred remnants of Dr. Corbin Vale's equipment, shattered by the falling tree section. I hadn't even registered hitting near the base during the chaos. Of Vale himself, there was no sign. Consumed by the fire? Taken by the Watcher during that moment of watery disruption? It didn't matter. He was gone. The weight of his revelation settled heavily in the smoky air. A researcher driven to madness, willing to sacrifice me to provoke an ancient entity. And Rory, his orders hadn't been malicious, just protocol. A desperate, generations-old attempt to manage the unmanageable. Keep the Watcher contained within boundaries, defined by bizarre rules, even at the potential cost of the lookout. The thought left a bitter taste, colder than the morning air. Descending the warp stairs later, when the immediate structure seemed stable, I found Vale's ruined instruments amongst the ashes. A shattered lens, melted wires, and a scorched notebook, its pages mostly fused together by heat and water. One partially legible page survived, filled with obsessive notes about bioresonant frequencies, capturing psychic echoes, and sketches of the spiral symbol matching Leo Maxwell's and Jedediah Croft's charm. Confirmation of his dangerous obsession. Back in the relative safety of the cabin, the silence pressed in. The forest outside, usually alive with birdsong and rustling life, was utterly still, unnaturally quiet, even for a post-fire landscape. It felt watchful. As dusk fell again, painting the smoke-hazed sky in lurid colors, I scanned the distant, unburnt ridges through the binoculars out of ingrained habit. No eyes met mine this time, but the feeling of being observed was a palpable presence, a weight against my skin. Later, I could have sworn I saw a single pair of red eyes glowing faintly for just a moment, miles away, before vanishing. The Watcher was still out there, biding its time. My priority became the radio, the storm, the fire, the chaos. Something had damaged it beyond simple static. Days blurred into a cycle of rationing, dwindling supplies, tending my injuries, and painstakingly working on the radio's scorched internals with the few tools available. The isolation felt different now. Not just lonely, but profoundly significant. As if my presence here, my survival, mattered in some cosmic balance I didn't understand. On the third day, splicing wires with trembling fingers, I finally got a flicker of life, a burst of static, then unbelievably, a voice, faint, broken, layered with interference, but recognizable from the old cassette tapes. Leo Maxwell. Not fire you need to fear, the voice whispered, distorted. Always here. Not gone. Between the trees, always watching. Then the radio died again, definitively this time, leaving only silence and the chilling echo of the previous lookout's warning from beyond whatever fate had befallen him. Rescue arrived 2 days later, heralded by the distant chop-chop-chop of a helicopter. Rory Callahan was aboard, his face grim, etched with a mixture of relief and apprehension when he saw me alive amidst the tower's damage. He didn't ask many questions, just assessed the situation, his eyes lingering on the scorched earth, the ruined equipment I pointed out, the bolted hatch. He heard my report, the fire, Val's appearance, his insane plan, the entity's manifestation. With a heavy silence, occasionally nodding as if confirming things he already suspected or knew from handed-down lore. "Val was warned," he said finally, his voice low, rough. "Some places, some things, you don't poke at 'em." He thought he could control it. He looked at me, his gaze searching. "This tower, it stood for 80 years, seen fires, storms, worse. There are reasons for the rules, Avery. Reasons for the watch. They offered me immediate evacuation, a transfer, medical leave. The logical part of me screamed to accept, to run as far from this haunted peak as possible. But as I stood on the catwalk, looking out at the vast, silent wilderness beginning the slow process of recovery, something held me back. The memory of the Watcher's gaze, the weight of Leo's final message, Rory's resigned confirmation of something ancient and aware residing here. It wasn't just a job anymore. "I'm staying," I heard myself say, the words feeling strangely inevitable. "To finish the season at least. Someone needs to keep watch." Rory stared at me for a long moment, then gave a slow, weary nod. "All right, Avery. If that's your choice, we'll get supplies up to you, arrange repairs." He didn't try to argue. Maybe he understood. Or maybe he was just relieved the cycle wouldn't be broken, that someone else was willing to bear the burden. Time passed. The forest began its slow recovery, green shoots pushing through the ash. The tower was repaired. Supplies restocked. The world beyond the mountains continued on, oblivious. But my world had contracted, focused onto this peak, this view, this silent duty. The fear hadn't entirely vanished, but it had changed, transmuted into a kind of wary understanding, a grim acceptance. I still followed the rules. When scanning the horizon, sometimes miles away, sometimes unnervingly close in the swirling morning mist, the eyes would appear in the binoculars, ancient, intelligent, filled with an awareness that transcended human understanding. Now, I held their gaze without flinching, without the burning panic, until they withdrew. A silent acknowledgement. I see you. You see me. When the red eyes glowed from the tree line on moonless nights, I calmly turned off any external lights, respecting their nocturnal passage. When the footsteps climbed the stairs, sometimes 13, sometimes more, I counted, bolting the hatch when necessary, listening to the silence or the scratching below, without the paralyzing terror I'd felt before. It was a balance, a fragile, terrifying truce. I was the lookout, the watcher on the peak. My isolation was no longer an escape, but a function. I kept watch over the forest, over the fire, and over the ancient thing that resided within it. And in turn, I knew with absolute certainty, it continued to watch me. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying secrets older than time, and the silence held its breath, waiting. The watch remained. That was Crow's Peak, a tower built to watch for fires, now standing as a thin, trembling line between our world and something ancient that watches back. The fire passed, the footsteps stopped, but the eyes remain. And the watcher? It's patient. It doesn't forget. The rules weren't made to protect the lookout. They were made to contain what lives beneath the trees. If you made it this far, tell us in the comments. Which of the 3 rules would you have broken first? And if you're brave or foolish enough, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Because next time it might not be a tower. Next time it might be your street, your window, your breath in the dark. And next time there may not be rules to save you. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where strange jobs come with stranger instructions, and following them may be the only way to survive the night. Tonight's entry is more than a story. It's a warning. An isolated inn in the woods of Vermont, a receptionist working the graveyard shift, and 3 rules etched in quiet urgency. Never hand scissors to room 11. Deny the woman in black her request. And no matter how many times the bell rings, never open the door if no one is there. They sound like superstition, don't they? They're not. Stay with this story until the end. What starts as a quiet job will unravel into something ancient, intelligent, and impossibly cruel. And when the truth comes for you, like it did for Simon Adler, it won't knock. It rings 3 times. Leave a comment if you've ever stayed in a place that felt wrong, even in daylight. And subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules if you want more tales that don't end when the credits roll. Now, let me take you behind the desk at Black Hollow Inn. The glossy brochure for Black Hollow Inn promised historic charm and quiet seclusion in the rolling hills of rural Vermont. It raved about period details and peaceful nights. It failed to mention the night shift comes with 3 rules more binding, and frankly more terrifying, than any clause in the minimalist employment contract I'd signed. Pulling up the long, winding gravel driveway as twilight bled into dusk, the inn certainly delivered on the historic part. It loomed out of the encroaching woods, old dark timber, steep gables, and mullioned windows that glittered like watchful eyes in the fading light. It looked less like a charming getaway, more like something plucked from a Gothic novel, brooding and silent under the darkening sky. The air itself felt heavy, scented with pine needles, damp earth, and the faint, melancholic smell of wood smoke. Pushing open the heavy oak front door felt like stepping into a different century. The lobby was dimly lit, dominated by a massive stone fireplace, currently cold, and a grandfather clock ticking with funereal solemnity in a shadowy corner. Worn velvet armchairs huddled like conspirators on a faded Persian rug. Dark wood paneling absorbed the light, and oil portraits stared down from the walls. Their subjects long dead, but their painted eyes disconcertingly lifelike. The silence inside was thick, broken only by the clock's hypnotic tick-tock and the faint creak of floorboards somewhere overhead. Behind the imposing oak reception desk stood Mrs. Beatrice Holloway, the innkeeper. She was exactly as I had pictured from her brief, brittle phone calls. Elderly, bird-like, dressed in severe, old-fashioned black lace, with silver hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch the skin over her sharp cheekbones. Her eyes, however, were bright and missed nothing. "Mr. Adler," she greeted, her voice crisp and precise, offering a cool, dry hand. "You are punctual." "Excellent. Punctuality is valued at Black Hollow." She gave me a swift, efficient tour behind the desk. The antique switchboard, the guest ledger bound in cracked leather, the heavy brass room keys hanging on hooks. She pointed out Mr. Edgar Carmichael, the inn's only visible long-term resident, engrossed in a thick, leather-bound book near the cold fireplace. He merely grunted in acknowledgement, not looking up. Then Mrs. Holloway lowered her voice, her bright eyes fixing on mine. "Now, Mr. Adler, your duties are simple. Check-ins, inquiries, ensuring the guest's comfort. However, this inn, it has its idiosyncrasies. For your safety and the continued tranquility of Black Hollow, there are 3 procedures you must adhere to without fail during the night shift." She recited them calmly, her tone making the bizarre instructions sound like standard hotel policy. 1. Should the occupant of room 11, she gestured vaguely towards the shadowed upper floors, request scissors for any reason via the internal phone, you will politely inform them none are available until morning. Do not offer alternatives. 2. If a woman dressed entirely in black, perhaps with a veil, approaches the desk inquiring about the Red Room, you will state firmly that the room is closed indefinitely for maintenance. Do not engage further. 3. The front doorbell may ring occasionally. Check the peephole or monitor. If no one is physically present outside, ignore it. If it rings a second time with no one there, ignore it again. Under no circumstances are you to open the door on the 3rd phantom ring. Are we clear? My mouth felt dry. Scissors? A woman in black? A red room? Phantom doorbells? This sounded like the setup for a bad ghost story, not hotel procedures. "Perfectly clear, Mrs. Holloway." I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. I needed this job. The quiet, the paycheck. I could handle a few eccentric rules, couldn't I? Maybe it was just her way of dealing with prank calls or local legends. "Excellent," she said, giving a tight little nod. "My apartment is through the door behind the desk if an actual emergency arises. Otherwise, I trust you will manage." With that, she turned and glided away, disappearing through the indicated door, leaving me alone in the vast, silent lobby with the ticking clock and the watching portraits. The first few hours were unnervingly quiet. No calls, no guests arriving or leaving, just the creaks and groans of the old building settling around me. I tried to read, but the atmosphere was too heavy, the silence too loud. I felt exposed behind the desk, as if unseen eyes were tracking my movements from the shadowy corners. A draft snaked around my ankles, though all the windows were shut tight. Around 11 p.m., a young woman, Miss Genevieve Leroux, according to the late reservation note Mrs. Holloway had left, checked in. She looked pale, exhausted, her eyes darting nervously around the lobby as she signed the register with a trembling hand. She clutched her single bag tightly and practically fled up the grand staircase, without a word beyond confirming her name. Her unease was infectious, settling over me like another layer of dust. Just after midnight, the antique telephone on the desk let out a shrill, jarring ring that made me jump halfway out of my skin. I snatched up the receiver. "Black Hollow Inn," Simon speaking. Static crackled on the line, thick and heavy. Then a voice, barely a whisper, faint and dry like rustling leaves. Is room 11 occupied tonight?" I glanced instinctively at the heavy brass key for room 11, hanging ominously on its hook behind me. Then at the ledger. "Oh, yes," I confirmed, my own voice sounding tight. "Yes, it is." The line clicked, dead, leaving only the low hum of the dial tone, and a sudden chilling conviction that the rules Mrs. Holloway had given me were not suggestions, Not eccentricities, but something much, much more serious. The dead line hummed in my ear, amplifying the oppressive silence of the lobby. Room 11, occupied. Who had called? And why that question? Shaking my head, trying to dismiss it as a prank or a crossed wire, I went back to organizing the already organized pamphlets on the desk. Less than an hour later, the internal phone buzzed, the light indicating room 11 glowing softly. My stomach plummeted. I picked it up hesitantly. Front desk, Simon speaking. Yes, hello, a voice replied. Male, polite, but with an odd, strained quality, like someone speaking through tightly clenched teeth. Terribly sorry to bother you so late, but I seem to have misplaced my... grooming kit. Would it be terribly inconvenient to borrow a small pair of scissors? Scissors? Rule 1 jumped to the front of my mind, neon bright and flashing. Say they're unavailable. I'm very sorry, sir. I forced out, trying to keep my voice steady. All our office supplies, including scissors, are locked away in the main office overnight. Nothing available until Mrs. Holloway arrives in the morning. There was a pause, filled only by faint static. Then, the strained voice again, tighter now. I see. Most inconvenient. Click. The line went dead again. I slammed the receiver down, my hand trembling. Denying such a simple request felt absurd, almost rude. Yet the certainty that I had just averted something terrible settled deep in my gut. What in God's name happened in room 11, involving scissors? Liar. Unable to shake the unease, I pulled out the heavy, leather-bound guest register from under the counter. Flipping back through the yellowed pages, I found the entries for room 11. They were patchy, weeks, sometimes months, where the room was listed as under maintenance, despite no obvious work being done according to other logs. Scattered guest entries were annotated with brief, spidery notes in Mrs. Holloway's precise hand. Complained of noises. Requested early checkout. Distressed. Item broken. Unavoidable. One entry simply read, Incident cleaned. When I casually asked Mrs. Holloway about the room the next evening handover, she waved a dismissive hand. Just an older room, dear. Prone to drafts. Nothing to concern yourself with. Mr. Carmichael, however, passing through the lobby later, paused by the desk. Room 11, you ask? He murmured, peering at me over his spectacles. Ah, yes. Some rooms. They hold onto things tighter than others. Echoes, you know. Long memories. He shuffled off towards the library, leaving me colder than before. My nerves frayed further when a pipe burst in the West Wing corridor around 3 a.m. Just a mundane plumbing issue in an old building. But it forced me to navigate dimly lit, creaking hallways armed with towels and a bucket, the silence pressing in, every shadow seeming to writhe. As I passed the closed door of room 11, I could have sworn I heard it. A faint, rhythmic snip, snip, snip sound from within. Imagination? Or the echo Carmichael mentioned? I didn't linger to find out. Back at the relative safety of the front desk, drying my damp hands, I glanced towards the grand staircase leading to the upper floors. Standing perfectly still in the deep shadows at the top, barely visible, was a figure, tall, slender, dressed head to toe in severe, old-fashioned black, her face obscured by darkness and what looked like a heavy veil. The woman in black. Before I could react, call out, or even fully process her sudden appearance, the woman in black began to descend the stairs. Her movement was unnervingly fluid, silent. Her feet made no sound on the thick carpet runner. She glided across the lobby towards the reception desk, a faint, almost forgotten scent of lavender and dust trailing in her wake. Up close, The veil was thick, completely obscuring her features, lending her an unnerving anonymity. "Good evening," she said, her voice a low, melodic whisper, strangely calming yet deeply unsettling. "I require lodging. Is the Red Room available?" The specific phrasing, the unnatural calm, sent a jolt through me. Rule 2. Tell her it's closed for maintenance. "I'm very sorry, madam," I replied, keeping my voice level despite the tremor I felt starting in my hands. "The Red Room is currently closed for long-term maintenance and is unavailable." The veiled head tilted slightly, as if considering my words. The air around the desk grew noticeably colder. I could feel her gaze on me, intense, questioning, even though I couldn't see her eyes. It felt like minutes passed in that heavy silence, marked only by the loud ticking of the grandfather clock. Then, with a nod so slight it was barely perceptible, she turned and drifted back towards the staircase, melting into the shadows at the top, as silently as she had appeared. Gone. Had she ever been there? Where was the Red Room? Did it even exist? The encounter left me deeply shaken. The inn, which had felt merely old and perhaps slightly spooky, now felt actively watchful, charged with unseen currents. Later that night, precisely at midnight, the grandfather clock didn't chime 12 times. It chimed 13 distinct, resonant bongs before falling silent. Lights in the hallway leading towards room 11 flickered in a strange, rhythmic pattern completely independent of any power fluctuations. The cold spots became more frequent, more intense, particularly near the spot where the woman in black had stood. Mr. Carmichael found me staring blankly at the clock the next evening. "Ah, the old timekeeper," he chuckled, though his eyes were sharp. "Has its own schedule, wouldn't you say? Like the inn itself." He leaned closer conspiratorially. "Heard stories, you know, about rooms that aren't on the official map anymore. Renovations that walled off more than just plumbing. A boudoir, they called one. Apparently decorated all in crimson velvet after a rather passionate tragedy." He winked, tapping the side of his nose, before shuffling off. Meanwhile, Miss LaRue, the nervous guest from the night before, seemed even more distressed, asking me agitated questions about drafts, strange noises, and whether anyone else had reported seeing a woman in mourning. Mrs. Holloway, during handover, simply advised me curtly to pay no mind to Mr. Carmichael's fanciful tales, and reminded me that locking the outer wing doors after midnight was imperative for guest security. It felt less like security, more like confinement. It was heading towards 1 a.m., the inn wrapped in its usual profound quiet, when the silence was shattered by the loud, echoing ring of the main front doorbell. Startled, I went to the heavy oak door, peering through the fisheye lens of the peephole. The porch light illuminated the empty, rain-slicked entryway and the dark woods beyond. Nothing, no one, just the wind sighing through the pines. My hand rested on the heavy deadbolt, unnerved. Just kids? A wiring glitch. I went back to the desk, trying to shake off the unease. 10 minutes later, it rang again, louder this time, more insistent, the chime echoing aggressively through the silent lobby. Again, I checked the peephole. Empty, wind and rain lashed against the windows, but there was absolutely no one on the porch. Old dread began to creep up my spine. Rule 3. Don't open it the third time. I waited, nerves stretched taut, listening to the grandfather clock tick off the seconds, each one feeling like an eternity. The wind howled outside. Then it came. Howled outside. Then it came. The third ring. Not just loud. Violent. It felt like the sound vibrated through the very wood of the door, a frantic, demanding summons. Every instinct screamed at me to open it, to confront whatever prankster or phantom was out there. But Mrs. Holloway's calm, cold voice echoed in my memory. Under no circumstances. I stood frozen behind the desk, hands gripping the edge, staring at the front door, convinced I could feel something pressing against it from the other side. Something immense and unseen, wanting desperately to be let in. The ringing went on for a full minute, battering my nerves, then abruptly stopped, leaving a silence more terrifying than the noise. The storm raged outside, trapping the few guests inside, rattling the old inn's windows. The already tense atmosphere thickened. The internal line from room 11 buzzed again, the voice fainter now, raspier, asking not for scissors, but simply for something sharp. Anything sharp. I repeated the unavailable mantra, my voice shaking, and hung up quickly. Later, doing a quick patrol of the ground floor corridors, I saw a flicker of black fabric disappear around a corner at the far end. The woman in black, or my overactive imagination. The breaking point came with Ms. LaRue. She burst into the lobby from the staircase, hysterical, hair wild, eyes wide with terror, claiming the woman in black had been in her room, standing silently by her bed, and that someone had been rattling her doorknob insistently just moments ago. "What is this place?" she shrieked, grabbing my arm. "You have to tell me. What's going on here?" Her panic was infectious, threatened to shatter my own fragile composure. Trying to calm her, deflecting her questions while my own heart hammered, felt like juggling knives. It was while searching for Mrs. Holloway's emergency contact number, as per the flimsy protocol for distressed guests, in the bottom drawer of the reception desk, later that night, that my fingers brushed against something else. A thin, leather-bound ledger hidden beneath a false bottom. Not the guest register. This one was older, filled with Mrs. Holloway's spidery script. Dates, room numbers, brief notes. Incident RM11. Minor appeasement required. OVIB sighting, corridor locked. Phantom bell. Sequence incomplete. Stable. And lists of expenses. Silver polish. Heavy grade, lavender oil. Bulk. Specialist cleaning services. Discretion assured. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an inn with ghosts. It was a managed containment site. Mrs. Holloway wasn't just an innkeeper. She was a warden. Just as I slid the ledger back, Mrs. Holloway emerged silently from her apartment door behind the desk, her expression perfectly composed. "Ah, Simon," she said calmly, as if sensing my discovery. "A moment, please. Due to the storm, travel is difficult. We are expecting a very important guest shortly, a long-standing client who requires particular arrangements. They may arrive late, and their needs might seem unusual. I trust you will accommodate them precisely as I instruct, without question. Their comfort, and the inn's continued tranquility, depend upon it." She handed me a small, sealed envelope containing typed instructions, her eyes holding mine with unnerving intensity. The storm raged outside, rattling the antique window panes, each gust of wind sounding like a mournful cry. Inside, the air in the lobby crackled with a tension that had nothing to do with the weather. I clutched the sealed envelope Mrs. Holloway had given me, its cryptic instructions feeling heavy and ominous in my hand. Accommodate immediately. Needs might seem unusual. Tranquility depends upon it. Vague, unsettling, and directly contradicting the survival rules that now felt like the only sane things in this place. The grandfather clock ticked with agonizing slowness, each second stretching towards some unseen precipice. Lights flickered overhead, casting dancing shadows that seemed to deepen and coalesce in the corners of my eyes. Then, she was simply there, not through the front door, which remained bolted against the storm, and the phantom ringing that had ceased hours ago. One moment, the space near the grand staircase was empty, filled only with shadows. The next, the woman in black stood there, silent, radiating an aura of profound cold and ancient sorrow. Her black veil shifted slightly, as if stirred by a breeze that didn't exist in the stuffy lobby. She glided towards the desk, stopping directly in front of me. The faint scent of lavender and dust, sharper now, filled the air. "The time is appropriate," she whispered, her voice like dry silk. "I require the key for the red room." My blood ran cold. Rule 2. Tell her it's closed for maintenance. But Holloway's instructions, which I'd ripped open with trembling fingers minutes before, were chillingly specific. Should the lady request the Crimson Suite key hair euphemism, I realized with horror during inclement weather after 2 a.m. Provide it without comment. Master key 7. Necessary for equilibrium. Equilibrium or appeasement. This was it. The direct contradiction. The impossible choice. I started, my voice catching. "The room is..." "Give her the key, Simon." Mrs. Holloway's voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the tension. She emerged from the door behind the desk, her frail appearance utterly at odds with the steel in her eyes. She held a small, ornate silver box, clutched in her wrinkled hands. "It is necessary. Tonight, the barrier is thin. She requires passage to her sanctuary to maintain the balance. Otherwise..." She gestured vaguely, a look of deep-seated fear flickering behind her composure. "Otherwise, the echo becomes dissonant, unmanageable. For all of us." So that was it. Not just containment, but managed release. A ritual appeasement, and I was the unwilling acolyte, forced to choose between a specific haunting and unleashing. "What?" The woman in black remained silent, waiting, radiating cold patience. The key, heavy brass 7, hung on its hook behind me, seeming to pulse with a faint red light only I could see. "No," I heard myself say, the word tasting like defiance and terror. "The room is closed." I clung to the original rule, the one that felt like self-preservation, not ritual sacrifice. Mrs. Holloway's eyes widened fractionally. "You fool! You don't understand what you've done." The woman in black reacted instantly. A low moan escaped from behind the veil, escalating into a sound of pure anguish and fury that vibrated through the very floorboards. The temperature in the lobby plummeted. Frost spider-webbed across the nearest windows. Simultaneously upstairs, a door slammed open with violent force. Room 11. A wave of icy air, carrying the faint, metallic scent of blood, and the terrifying snip-snip sound, rushed down the staircase. From the main entrance, a thunderous boom-boom-boom erupted as the phantom doorbell entity began hammering against the locked door, the thick oak groaning and splintering under the assault. The hollow echo, denied its ritual, was breaking free. "Imbecile!" Mrs. Holloway shrieked, fumbling with the silver box she held. "You've broken the accord." The woman in black drifted towards me, her form seeming to waver and grow taller, darker. The lights flickered wildly, casting the lobby into strobing chaos, revealing glimpses of other figures, translucent, weeping specters clinging to the banisters, shadowy forms coalescing near the portraits. Mr. Carmichael appeared at the entrance to the library, his face ashen. "The red room," he croaked. "Don't let her reach it. It's not a sanctuary. It's the source." The woman in black ignored him, her veiled face fixed on me, or rather on the key rack behind me. She raised a hand, unnaturally long fingers extending from her black sleeve. But as she moved, Miss LaRue stumbled down the staircase, screaming incoherently, tripping and falling into her path. The woman in black paused, distracted for a fatal second. Seeing my chance, fueled by adrenaline and Carmichael's warning, I acted. I grabbed the heavy guest ledger from the desk and hurled it with all my might. Not at the woman in black, but at the grandfather clock in the corner. It struck the glass face with a satisfying smash. Gears shrieked, whites crashed, and the clock shuddered to a final jarring halt. The effect was instantaneous and bizarre. The overlapping sounds, the pounding, the snipping, the moaning, faltered for a beat. The strobing light steadied slightly, It was as if the inn's internal rhythm, anchored by the clock, was crucial to the manifestation. Mrs. Holloway screamed in rage, distracted from her silver box. "The timepiece! You've broken the timing! You've broken the timing," the woman in black hissed, turning her veiled face towards me again. But the momentary disruption had given me an idea. The red room was the source. Holloway needed her to access it periodically. Maybe Rule 2 wasn't just about denial, but about control. "Looking for the red room?" I yelled, my voice hoarse, backing away towards the hallway Carmichael had indicated earlier held walled-off sections. "It's not closed for maintenance. It's this way." It was a mad gamble, a bluff based on Carmichael's cryptic words and Holloway's panic. The woman in black hesitated, seemingly confused by the contradiction, her attention momentarily diverted from the key rack. Mrs. Holloway shrieked, "No, don't listen to him," trying to regain control. In that moment of confusion, I scooped up the heavy brass key for room 11, not a 7, but room 11, from its hook. As the woman in black turned back towards me, drawn by my defiance, I threw the key with all my strength, not at her, but up the main staircase, towards the open door of room 11 from which the cold and snipping sounds emanated. "Maybe he needs the key more," I shouted. The reaction was explosive. A blast of icy energy erupted from room 11, meeting the dark presence of the woman in black on the stairs. The two forces collided with a deafening psychic scream. Lights exploded overhead, plunging the lobby into near darkness, lit only by the flashing emergency signs and the splintering wood of the front door, finally giving way under the relentless pounding. Mrs. Holloway screamed as the conflicting energies washed over her, the silver box flying from her hands. I didn't wait to see the outcome. I turned and sprinted through the chaos, diving behind the solid oak reception desk as the front door burst inwards, revealing not a physical entity, but a wave of crushing silence and pressure that swept through the lobby, extinguishing the remaining emergency lights and plunging everything into absolute, terrifying blackness. The silence that rushed in after the psychic scream and the explosive energy backlash was absolute, deafening. Dust motes danced in the faint, flickering beams of the emergency lights that hadn't shattered. The air tasted thick with ozone, pulverized plaster, and the metallic tang of fear. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up from behind the reception desk, ears ringing, every muscle aching. The lobby was a disaster zone. The lobby was a disaster zone. The heavy front door hung splintered on its hinges, revealing the rain-lashed darkness outside. The grandfather clock lay shattered, its pendulum still. Debris littered the floor. Of the woman in black and the chaotic energy from room 11, there was no immediate sign, only a lingering, unnatural chill in the air, and the faint, persistent smell of lavender and something cold, like static electricity. My eyes searched the gloom for Mrs. Holloway. I found her slumped against the far wall, near where the silver box had flown from her hands. She was alive, breathing shallowly, her eyes open but vacant, staring unseeingly at the ceiling. The backlash, or the breaking of her control, seemed to have severed some vital connection, leaving her physically unharmed, but psychically absent. The silver box lay near her hand, sprung open, revealing compartments lined with faded velvet, containing strange, dried herbs, small carved stones, and tarnished silver charms. Her tools for managing the unmanageable. Mr. Carmichael emerged hesitantly from the library doorway, looking pale but unharmed. "The balance disrupted," he whispered, his gaze sweeping the ruined lobby. "You defied the ritual, boy. Dangerous. Very dangerous." Miss LaRue was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she had fled during the chaos or retreated back to her room. Kneeling beside Mrs. Holloway, I saw her lips move almost imperceptibly. I leaned closer. Watch, she breathed, a faint rattle in her chest. Rules, protocols, different, equilibrium. Her eyes fluttered closed, her breathing evening out into a shallow, coma-like state. She was alive, but lost somewhere words couldn't reach. The weight of it all crashed down on me. The inn wasn't just haunted. It was a complex ecosystem of contained energies, managed through bizarre rules and apparently periodic rituals, overseen by this now broken woman. My defiance hadn't banished the ghosts. It had likely just thrown the delicate, terrifying balance into chaos. What would happen now? As I stood up, feeling utterly lost, my foot brushed against something small on the rug, near where the woman in black had last stood. I bent down and picked it up. An antique silver locket, intricately engraved, but tarnished with age. It wasn't Holloway's or LaRue's. I thumbed it open. Inside, protected behind clouded glass, was a miniature portrait of a young woman with startlingly sad eyes, dressed in clothing from perhaps a century ago. A former guest. A victim. A victim? The woman in black herself, before grief consumed her. Holding it sent a faint vibration up my arm, a whisper of old sorrow. This inn didn't just have echoes. It held onto souls. And now, with Mrs. Holloway gone from its helm, who was left to keep them from consuming everything? Dawn broke gray and weeping outside the splintered front door. The storm had passed, leaving behind a sodden, unnaturally quiet world. Inside Black Hollow Inn, the silence was different. Heavy, watchful, expectant. The emergency lights had died, plunging the lobby back into deep shadow, lit only by the weak dawn light filtering through the dirty windows. The phone lines were dead. The radio only produced static. We were cut off. I tried the front door, expecting the oppressive force I'd felt during the phantom ringing. But now, it felt different. Not free exactly, but hesitant, as if the inn itself, its controlling consciousness fractured with Holloway's incapacitation, was unsure of its own boundaries. Mr. Carmichael, surprisingly practical beneath his academic eccentricity, helped me board up the broken door with loose planks from the cellar. Miss LaRue remained locked in her room, refusing to answer. "She can't leave now, you know," Carmichael murmured, hammering a nail with surprising force. "None of us can. Not really. Not until the balance is restored." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of pity and scholarly curiosity. "The inn. It requires a keeper. Someone to understand the currents, maintain the protocols. The real ones. Not just the surface rules Holloway fed the temporary staff." He gestured towards Mrs. Holloway, now resting quietly on a sofa, breathing shallowly. She kept meticulous records, hidden for her successor. He was right. Hidden within a secret compartment in Holloway's desk, I found another ledger. This one detailed the true history, the nature of the entities bound here, the heartbroken spirit in room 11 eternally seeking its lost implement, the grieving woman in black tied to the hidden red room, a place of both her deepest sorrow and unwound power, the entity at the door born of collective fear from travelers who died, lost on the old road outside. It detailed the rituals, the offerings, the specific ways the rules maintained, not just employee survival, but the fragile containment grid that kept these sorrowful, sometimes dangerous, echoes from spilling out into the world. It spoke of the innkeeper not as an owner, but as a conduit, absorbing and regulating the inn's psychic pressure, a burden passed down, willingly or not. Escape felt irrelevant. Leaving felt like abandoning a post, like unleashing something terrible through sheer negligence. Looking at Holloway's notes, at the locket I still held, at the watchful shadows in the corners, I felt an unnerving sense of understanding click into place. The fear was still there, but it was joined by a strange, weary sense of responsibility. Time passed. Maybe a year, maybe more. Black Hollow Inn stood silent, but maintained. Repairs were made discreetly. Mrs. Holloway remained lost in her own quiet stillness, cared for in her apartment. Mr. Carmichael continued his research, occasionally offering cryptic advice. Ms. LaRue eventually left, seemingly having found some peace, or perhaps just exhausted by the fear, and I remained. The final scene finds me behind the polished oak reception desk. The lobby is clean, quiet. The grandfather clock, painstakingly repaired by Carmichael, ticks steadily. Sunlight streams through the windows, but the shadows in the corners remain deep. A young man sits opposite me, hopeful, nervous. The new applicant for the night shift position. The duties are straightforward, mostly. I explain, my voice calm, measured, echoing Mrs. Holloway's cadence more than I'd like to admit. But this inn, it has its idiosyncrasies. For your safety, there are 3 procedures you must adhere to without fail. I slide the familiar laminated card across the desk. 1. If the guest in room 11 asks for scissors, say they're not available. I watch his face, see the flicker of disbelief, the dawning unease. I offer no further explanation. Some things cannot be explained, only managed. The clock begins to chime. I have become the innkeeper. The watch continues. There is no vacancy here. Not really. We are all permanent residents in the Hollow Echo. You've heard the rules. You've seen what happens when you break them. But the most terrifying truth, the rules aren't protection. They're containment. And someone has to enforce them. Someone always has to stay behind the desk. Simon Adler started his shift expecting quiet nights and old ghosts. What he got was a promotion to innkeeper. A title that comes with keys, yes, but also with watching eyes, a sealed red room, and a bell that never stops ringing. Now it's your turn. If you were in Simon's place, would you follow the rules? Comment below. And if you're brave or foolish, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Because next week's story isn't about a hotel. It's about the room you're in right now. The echo is growing, and it's listening. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules, where survival isn't just about instinct, it's about obedience. Tonight's story takes us to Havenwood Academy, a place wrapped in ivy, history, and hidden contracts. For new students, it looks like a dream. Scholarships, prestige, a path out of the ordinary world. But the fine print isn't written in ink. It's whispered in the hallways, etched into the floorboards, and enforced by rules that aren't optional. Break them, and you don't get expelled. You vanish, or worse, you stay, forever. So if you're brave enough to step inside Havenwood, keep your eyes open, your voice low, and your assignments submitted, no matter who finishes them. And before you cross that gate, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and leave a comment. Tell us, what rule would you break first? Now, let's begin. The glossy brochure for Havenwood Academy boasted ivy-covered walls that whispered history, and a legacy of academic excellence that promised futures as bright as the manicured lawns. It conveniently omitted the unwritten addendum to the student handbook. The 3 rules you followed, no questions asked. If you wanted that future to include anything beyond Havenwood's imposing stone gates. Stepping off the bus onto the grounds felt like entering a pocket dimension, where time moved slower and shadows clung thicker. Havenwood wasn't just old. It felt ancient, weathered, the stern Gothic architecture looming under a perpetually overcast sky, the ivy clinging perhaps a little too tightly, covering who knew what beneath. My scholarship here was supposed to be a fresh start, an escape route from the crumbling life back home. But the silence that pressed in as the bus pulled away felt less like peace and more like waiting. Juniper Bell? Juniper Bell, a friendly, slightly nervous voice broke the quiet. A guy, maybe a year older, lean, with restless eyes, offered a quick smile. I'm Milo Ingram. Senior guide, apparently. Welcome to the hallowed halls. He led me inside, his footsteps echoing unnervingly loud on the polished but worn flagstones. The air hung heavy, smelling of floor wax, old paper, disinfectant, and something else. Something metallic, almost like old blood. Faint but persistent beneath the surface. Strange symbols, not quite graffiti, not quite anything recognizable, were subtly etched into the dark wood panels and ancient window frames. Portraits of past headmasters stared down with cold, severe eyes that seemed to track our progress. Milo kept up a stream of chatter about classes and clubs, but his eyes never stopped moving, scanning the corridors, the shadowed alcoves. In the echoing cavernous cafeteria, he subtly steered me away from a lone figure at a corner table. Stellan Graves, Milo murmured, his voice dropping. Just keep your distance. I caught a glimpse. Pale skin, dark, intense eyes, and a lunch tray holding something that looked suspiciously like raw steak, and a thermos filled with a dark, viscous red liquid. Stellan looked up, his eyes locking onto mine for a split second, sending an inexplicable jolt of cold dread through me before Milo pulled me away faster. We passed the nurse's office, the door slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of clean white walls, smelling faintly of antiseptic, an island of sterile calm in the oppressive atmosphere. Nurse Morrow, Milo noted. Good to know where she is. A moment later, Headmaster Thaddeus Crow swept past us, tall and imposing in a dark suit, his face hawk-like, eyes like chips of ice that glanced over me for a fraction of a second, making me feel instantly insignificant and somehow appraised. Finally, Milo pulled me into an empty, dusty classroom, the air thick with the scent of chalk and decay. He shut the door quietly, his earlier forced cheerfulness evaporating. Okay, June, he said, his voice low, urgent. Forget the official handbook. Forget the welcome speech. You want to survive here? Really survive. There are rules. Unwritten ones. You learn them fast. Or, he trailed off, glancing nervously towards the door. Rules? I tried to sound skeptical, but the atmosphere, Stellan's lunch, the headmaster's eyes, they were already eroding my disbelief. Yeah, rules. He leaned closer. 1. Homework. Sometimes it gets done for you. Handwriting you don't know. Perfect answers. If that happens, don't freak out. Don't question it. Just hand it in. Asking questions about it is inadvisable. 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 Bad things happen, he said simply. 2. Lunch invites, specifically from Graves or anyone else you see eating like that. He shuddered. Never, ever accept. Just politely decline and walk away, quickly. Or, Milo swallowed hard, or you might end up on the menu. I'm not kidding. 3. Substitute teachers. Sometimes we get weird ones. If one shows up and they look wrong, too pale, teeth too sharp, weird eyes, maybe actual claws, I don't know. And if they offer someone detention for eternity or something equally insane, you fake sick. Now, stomach ache, migraine, whatever. Get to Nurse Morrow's office and stay there till the period ends. Got it? He pointed towards a kid shuffling past the doorway, pale, eyes vacant. See, Henderson argued with a sub last month about eternal detention. Hasn't been right since. My mind reeled. This was insane. A prank? An elaborate school-wide delusion. But Milo's genuine fear was palpable. And I needed this scholarship. I couldn't afford to get kicked out for breaking rules I didn't even know existed. Okay, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Okay, I got it. My first history class was a blur, the weight of the rules pressing down on me. The assignment given at the end felt impossibly hard, requiring obscure knowledge I definitely didn't have. I spent hours that night staring blankly at the textbook in my small dorm room, the wind howling outside my window like something trying to get in. The next morning, the history paper sat on my desk, completed, every question answered in elegant, looping cursive, utterly unlike my own frantic scrawl. The answers looked meticulously researched, perfectly articulated. It was an A paper, no question. My blood ran cold. And there, tucked into the bottom right corner of the last page, almost hidden, was a tiny, intricate drawing. An open, staring eye, weeping a single tear, surrounded by needle-sharp teeth. My hand trembled as I placed the impossibly perfect history paper on Mr. Davies' desk the next morning. He barely glanced at it, his eyes skittering nervously around the classroom, before stamping it with an A, without even reading past the first line. But as he handed it back, his gaze met mine for a fleeting second, filled with something that looked disturbingly like pity. Rule 1. Submit it anyway. Easy to say, harder to live with the cold knot of dread tightening in my stomach. The worst part? One essay question had asked about motivations behind historical events, and the elegant cursive had answered with chilling accuracy, somehow referencing a specific childhood fear I'd never told anyone about, weaving it into the historical context essays. If it knew the inside of my head, this wasn't just help. It felt like violation. You submitted it, right? Milo asked urgently, catching me after class. His eyes scanned the hallway. You have to. Someone last year, they burned theirs. Freaked out, they had a really bad accident in Chem Lab the next day. Like really bad. He didn't need to elaborate. The implication was clear. Failure to comply had immediate, tangible consequences, driven by a gnawing unease. I spent my free period in the cavernous, dust-mote-filled library. The official school histories were glossy and sanitized, but the older archived yearbooks told a different story in the margins and redacted sections. Captions under smiling photos mentioned students transferred abruptly, took extended medical leave, or simply vanished between one year and the next, especially those noted for sudden, miraculous academic improvement. The ghostwriter wasn't a new phenomenon. Getting lost on the way back to my dorm felt almost inevitable. The hallways in the older West Wing seemed longer than they should have been. A turn I swore was correct led me to a dead end I hadn't seen before. The air unnaturally cold, smelling faintly of decay. Doubling back, I felt a distinct presence behind me. The soft, scuffing sound of footsteps echoing my own, always just out of sight around the corner. Whispers seemed to snake from the ventilation grates, too faint to understand but carrying my name. Juniper Bell? I practically ran the last 50 yards back to the main hall, heart hammering, convinced the building itself was watching, playing tricks on me. The paranoia was no longer a vague unease. It felt targeted. That feeling solidified in the cafeteria the next day. I was trying to eat my questionable Salisbury steak, surrounded by the usual lunchtime cacophony, when a hush fell over the tables nearest mine. Stellan Graves stood beside me, his tray holding only a slab of raw liver and his thermos of dark red liquid. He wasn't just offering an invite this time. He had subtly positioned himself, blocking my easiest path away from the table. "Join me, Juniper," he said, his voice soft, almost toneless, but his pale eyes held a predatory gleam. "We have much to discuss." Rule E2 screamed in my head. Never accept. "No, thank you, Stellan," I said, forcing a polite smile, my insides twisting into icy knots. "I'm meeting Milo." I deliberately looked past him, towards the entrance where Milo usually waited. Stellan's pale face didn't register anger, just a flicker of something cold and calculating in his eyes. The temperature around our table seemed to drop several degrees. "A pity," he murmured, then glided away as silently as he'd appeared. The students nearby visibly relaxed, resuming their chatter, but kept casting uneasy glances my way. I quickly gathered my tray, my appetite gone, and practically bolted from the cafeteria. Later, opening my locker, a small, perfectly formed dead sparrow lay inside on top of my textbooks. No sign of how it got there, just a silent, chilling message. The strangeness escalated rapidly after that. Doors didn't just creak open. They slammed shut behind me in empty hallways. The portraits lining the main staircase no longer just seemed watchful. Their eyes demonstrably followed me as I walked past, the painted pupils tracking my movement. Whispers became clearer, sometimes seeming to emanate from empty classrooms, calling my name or repeating fragments of my own worried thoughts. Cold spots became intense pockets of freezing air that left my skin numb. Milo grew increasingly agitated, his friendly guidance turning into urgent warnings. "It's getting worse, June," he whispered, pulling me aside between classes. "The atmosphere. It's heavier. Something's wrong." "It's heavier. Something's wrong," heard Henderson, the kid who argued with the sub. "He's in the infirmary now, catatonic." He gripped my arm. "Just be careful. Follow the rules. Don't draw attention." Even Nurse Morrow seemed on edge. When I went to her office complaining of stress headaches, which were very real, she gave me the usual calming tea but held my gaze. "This school takes a toll, dear," she said quietly. "Some illnesses here aren't physical. Remember, this office is always open if you feel unwell, especially during unusual classes." A clear, coded warning. Headmaster Crow convened a special assembly, striding onto the auditorium stage, his presence commanding immediate, fearful silence. He spoke eloquently about Havenwood's storied history, its unique learning environment, and the absolute necessity of embracing our traditions. He spoke of conformity as strength, of questioning as weakness. His gaze swept the student body, lingering for an unnerving moment on me. "We nurture exceptional talent here," he concluded, a thin smile touching his lips. "And we expect exceptional dedication in return." It felt less like an inspirational speech, more like a threat wrapped in Ivy League rhetoric. The next morning, our regular history teacher, Mr. Davies, was gone. No explanation, just an empty classroom. Then, the door opened, and the substitute walked in. He was tall, impossibly thin, dressed in an immaculate but slightly old-fashioned suit. His skin was paper white, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. His smile, when he offered it, was wide, revealing teeth that were perfectly formed, but unnaturally long, pointed. And as he placed his briefcase on the desk, I saw his hands, long, elegant fingers, tipped with nails that looked thick, curved, and sharp, glinting under the fluorescent lights like polished obsidian claws. "Good morning, class," the substitute said, his voice a low, hypnotic purr that sent shivers down my spine, despite the unsettling warmth it seemed to generate. "Mr. Davies is indisposed. I am Mr. Silas Vane. I trust we'll have a memorable time together." His eyes, dark and depthless, swept the room, lingering on the most nervous students like a predator selecting prey. The air in the classroom grew heavy, cold, carrying a faint, cloying scent like damp earth and lilies. Shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, writhe. His lesson was bizarre, a rambling, morbid lecture on obscure historical tortures and forgotten plagues. Delivered with relish, he moved with an unnatural grace, his claw-like fingernails clicking softly on the antique desk. He kept smiling that sharp-toothed smile. Then he paused, fixing his gaze on a terrified-looking freshman near the front who had accidentally dropped a pencil. "Ah, Mr. Peterson," Mr. Vane purred. "Such clumsiness cannot be tolerated in my classroom. A lack of focus. It requires correction." He leaned forward, his smile widening. I believe an after-school session is in order. Let's call it detention. For eternity, the freshman Perdition went deathly pale, trembling visibly. I saw raw terror in his eyes. Rule 3. Feign illness. Go to the nurse. My stomach clenched obligingly, churning with real fear, just as Mr. Vane's dark eyes began to sweep towards my side of the room. I doubled over, clutching my abdomen. "Mr. Vane," I gasped out, forcing a groan. "I feel really sick. Can I please go to the nurse?" His gaze snapped towards me, a flicker of annoyance, of hunger in their depths. "Sudden illness, Miss Bell." "How inconvenient." He waved a dismissive, claw-tipped hand. "Go, quickly." I didn't need telling twice. I stumbled out of the classroom, not daring to look back at Perdition, whose face was now slack with despair, a strange gray pallor spreading across his skin even as I watched. I ran down the echoing hallway towards Nurse Morrow's office, the safe zone. She let me in without a word, her expression grim, simply pointing towards a cot in the quiet, antiseptic-smelling room. As I lay there trying to control my shaking, I could hear muffled whispers from the main waiting area. Other students, likely having fled other classes. I caught fragments, saw Stellan drag him towards the woods, and heard screaming near the old wing. The horrors weren't isolated. They were happening all over. Then my blood ran colder still. Sitting on the small table beside the cot, where nothing had been moments before, was my completed math homework from the previous night. The same elegant alien cursive, but this time, scrolled across the bottom margin in angry red ink, was a single, chilling command. Attend. Below it, the same intricate drawing of the weeping, sharp-toothed eye. It knew I'd fled Vane's class. It knew about the special program, and it was ordering me to go. This wasn't just a haunted school. It was a system. A monstrous, hungry system. And Headmaster Crow was at its heart, driven by a terrifying certainty. I waited until Nurse Morrow was distracted, slipped out of the infirmary, and made my way stealthily towards the school's administrative records office, praying Milo's whispered rumors about lax security there were true. Picking the simple lock was easier than I expected. Inside, hidden within Crow's private files under lock and key, which I managed to jimmy open with a borrowed paperclip. I found it. Contracts signed in blood-red ink, references to an entity sustenance pact, lists of students marked for advanced integration, detailed notes on managing the echoes, the homework ghost, the feeders, Stellan, and the disciplinarians Vane. My name was on the latest list, under advanced integration, marked for tonight. Just as I slid the horrifying file back, my phone vibrated. A text message from Headmaster Crow. "Ms. Bell, my office. Now, it is time for your orientation into the Advanced Studies program." My blood ran cold at Crow's summons. The casual command more terrifying than any overt threat. He knew I'd found the files. This wasn't an orientation. It was a reckoning. As I walked numbly towards the administration block, Milo intercepted me, his face pale, eyes wide with shared dread. "June, don't," he whispered urgently, grabbing my arm. I saw the text. The special program. People don't come back the same, if they come back at all. "He knows I know, Milo," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Running won't work. He'll just send Vane or Graves after us." Looking into his terrified eyes, I saw a flicker of resolve. "Then I'm going with you," he said, squaring his shoulders. Maybe. Together, we walked towards the restricted West Wing, a part of Havenwood even older, dustier, and more derelict than the rest. The heavy oak door groaned open into darkness, the air thick with the smell of decay, stale chemicals, and something else, a low-level thrumming energy that made my teeth ache. Doors down the long, echoing corridor slammed shut behind us as we passed, plunging the hallway into near total blackness, lit only by the weak emergency lights flickering sporadically overhead. Whispers slithered from the walls, coiling around us. Fragments of lessons, forgotten names, promises of eternal knowledge and eternal servitude. We found the designated room, an old, tiered lecture theater, stripped of most furnishings except for rows of dusty benches and a heavy lectern at the front. Flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows. Strange symbols, intricate and disturbing, were freshly painted on the floor in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Several other students were already there, seated rigidly on the benches, their eyes vacant, unresponsive. I recognized Henderson, the boy from Vane's class, his face slack, a thin line of drool trickling from his lip. Standing near the walls like statues were Stellan Graves, his pale eyes glowing faintly red in the gloom, and Mr. Silas Vane, his fanged smile wider, sharper than ever. And at the front, by the lectern, stood Headmaster Thaddeus Crow, radiating an aura of cold, absolute authority. "Ah, Miss Bell." And Mr. Ingram Crow said, his voice echoing slightly in the dead air. "Punctual, though your +1 was not required, Ingram. No matter." He gestured around the room. "Welcome to the true heart of Havenwood, our advanced studies program." "What is this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice from trembling. "What did you do to them?" I nodded towards the vacant-eyed students. Crow chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Integration, Miss Bell. Attunement. Havenwood is more than stone and ivy. It is alive. An entity, an old-school spirit, if you will, born of centuries of intense intellectual pursuit, ambition, sacrifice." He spread his hands. "It grants this institution prestige, power, influence. It ensures our graduates succeed. But it requires sustenance, connection, new consciousness to weave into its own. Sacrifice," Milo breathed, horrified. "A crude term," Crow corrected smoothly. "Think of it as permanent tenure, joining the faculty, in a manner of speaking." He looked directly at me, his icy eyes seeming to pierce through me. "The spirit noticed you immediately, Miss Bell. Your mind, receptive. The ghostwriter, as you might think of it, was merely the spirit assessing your potential, preparing you. You are not just fuel. You are destined to be a conduit, a vital anchor for its power as the old pact weakens. And if I refuse?" Crow's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Mr. Vane," he said softly. The substitute teacher moved with impossible speed, blurring across the room, claws extended, fangs bared, his form seeming to shimmer and distort, becoming taller, leaner, less human. Simultaneously, Stellan Graves stepped forward, blocking the only exit, his eyes burning red, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "The rules were merely filters, child," Crow continued calmly, as Vane advanced on us, "to weed out the weak, to identify the compliant, and occasionally to select specimens like Mr. Graves here, who embrace a more direct form of sustenance." Panic surged. Milo shoved me behind him, grabbing a heavy, broken piece of lectern wood. Van hissed, batting it aside contemptuously, sending Milo staggering back. As Vane lunged for me, words flashed in my mind, unbidden, in that elegant cursive. "Denied the formula." "Formula? What formula?" Then I remembered the chem lab accident Milo mentioned. The rumors about Vane's detention, the cleaning supplies. I screamed at Milo, like Kevin did at the BK. "Mix them." Milo's eyes widened in understanding. While Vane was momentarily distracted by my outburst, Milo scrambled towards a dusty cabinet, filled with old beakers and chemical jars. remnants of a long-abandoned science class. Vane snarled and turned towards him. Crow frowned. Frown, a futile gesture. He raised a hand, chanting words in a language that made my ears bleed. The symbols on the floor began to glow fiercely. The wall seemed to warp, shadows detaching, coalescing into grasping tendrils. The vacant-eyed students began to moan, a low, horrible chorus. Stellan Graves let out a chilling howl and started towards me, moving with unnatural speed. Desperate, I looked around. Another message scrolled across the dusty blackboard, appearing letter by elegant letter. Room 11 echoes. Scissors cut the thread. Room 11? Scissors? It made no sense, but I was out of options. I yelled the first thing that came to mind, recalling the terror from the in-story. Stellan. Rule 1. Someone asked if it was still 1997. It was absurd, nonsensical, but Stellan paused. His red eyes flickered with momentary confusion. Head cocked. That brief hesitation was all Milo needed. He upended 2 large jars, one cloudy, one clear, onto the floor between himself and the advancing Mr. Vane. The chemicals hit the dusty floor, reacting instantly with a violent hiss, spewing thick, choking clouds of acrid gas. Vane shrieked as the fumes enveloped him, his form flickering, momentarily losing cohesion. Crow choked, his chant faltering. The shadow tendrils recoiled. The glowing symbols dimmed slightly. Now, June, Milo yelled, coughing. Crow regained control, his face contorted in fury. Insolence! He pointed a finger at me, words of power forming on his lips, but as he did, I remembered the other part of the message. Scissors cut the thread. I didn't have scissors, but I had the memory, the idea. I focused on the connection I'd felt to the ghostwriter, the entity, the school's strange energy, and screamed the most paradoxical thing I could think of, pouring all my fear and defiance into it. Rule 1 is a lie. The homework isn't right. You can't know my thoughts. It felt like severing a taut wire. A psychic backlash slammed through the room. The ghostwriter's presence, which had felt almost tangible, vanished abruptly. The glowing symbols on the floor extinguished completely. Crow cried out, clutching his head, staggering back as if struck. Mr. Vane, weakened by the gas, shrieked and dissolved into oily black smoke. Stellan Graves howled in pain, clutching his temples, momentarily stunned. The connection, the ritual, whatever it was broken, at least for now. Run, Milo screamed, grabbing my arm. We bolted past the stunned Stellan, out of the lecture theater, back into the dark, shifting corridors of the West Wing, as Crow's enraged screams echoed behind us, promising retribution, promising there was no escape from Havenwood. We didn't stop running, down shadowed corridors that seemed to twist and lengthen before us, past classroom doors that slammed shut as we approached, the echoes of Crow's enraged screams pursuing us like phantom hounds. The West Wing felt alive now, actively hostile. Shadows pooled thickly, seeming to reach for us, whispers slithering from cracks in the plaster, whispering our names, whispering threats of eternal detention. Once, a section of the hallway floor ahead of us buckled inwards, revealing a glimpse of churning darkness below before sealing itself again. This way, Milo gasped, yanking me into a side passage obscured by a fallen tapestry depicting some forgotten school triumph. It led to a small, cramped space, an old records annex. Judging by the overflowing boxes and filing cabinets coated in decades of dust, he shoved the tapestry back into place just as heavy footsteps pounded past in the main corridor. Stellan Graves. I recognized the deliberate, slightly dragging gait. We huddled in the near darkness, listening to the sounds of the hunt. Distant shouts, doors being thrown open, the unnerving, rhythmic chanting of the attuned students echoing faintly. "He controls them," Milo breathed, eyes wide with terror. "The headmaster. He controls everything here. We disrupted his ritual. He won't let us leave alive." The full weight of it crashed down on me. Crow wasn't just maintaining a pact. He was the pact, or its primary beneficiary, feeding the school's dark spirit with the potential and life force of its students. The Ghost Rider, the rules, the substitutes, all part of an elaborate, monstrous system for selection and consumption. And I was meant to be its newest, brightest star. "We have to get out," I whispered, more to convince myself than Milo. There has to be a way. Fueled by desperation, we started searching the cramped annex. Most boxes held mundane, crumbling records, old enrollment forms, disciplinary notes from the 19th century. But in a heavy metal filing cabinet tucked in the back corner, wedged behind drawers, fused shut with rust, Milo found it. A rolled-up sheath of brittle architectural diagrams, old blueprints of the original Havenwood structure. We spread them carefully on the dusty floor. And there it was. A network of service tunnels shown beneath the west wing and the main building, dating back to the school's initial construction. One tunnel, marked only with a faint dotted line and a cryptic symbol resembling Abernathy's spiral from the Burger King story. Wait, wrong story, resembling the eye and teeth doodle from my homework, appeared to lead beyond the main foundations, towards the dark woods bordering the campus. An escape route? Or another trap? "This has to be it," Milo breathed, tracing the dotted line with a trembling finger. An old access tunnel, maybe sealed off, maybe forgotten. His words were cut short by a loud crash from the corridor outside, followed by Stellan Graves's cold, toneless voice calling my name. "Juniper Bell. The headmaster requires your presence. Do not prolong the inevitable." Heavy footsteps began moving deliberately towards the annex door. They knew where we were. There was no time. Following the brittle map, praying it was accurate, we found a loose flagstone hidden beneath a rotten rug in the corner of the annex. Below it, a dark opening revealed rough-hewn stone steps descending into blackness, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something indefinably old and stagnant. Hearing the annex door handle rattle, we didn't hesitate, pulling the flagstone mostly shut above us and plunging into the oppressive dark of the tunnels. The journey was a nightmare. The air was cold, wet, the darkness absolute, save for the weak beam of Milo's phone flashlight. Water dripped constantly, echoing strangely. We stumbled over unseen obstacles, splashed through ankle-deep puddles of icy water. Faint scratching sounds skittered just beyond the light's reach, and cold drafts whispered past, sometimes sounding disturbingly like Crow's voice, or Vane's hiss, or the vacant moaning of the attuned students. Once, the light flickered over old, rusted shackles, bolted to the tunnel wall, hinting at the true purpose these passages might have once served. It felt like traversing the buried history of Havenwood's cruelty. After what felt like hours, the air began to change, smelling less of stagnant water and more of pine needles and wet leaves. The tunnel floor sloped upwards. Ahead, a faint square of gray light beckoned, a rusted iron grate, partially blocked by roots, but offering a view of overcast sky and dark trees. Freedom. With frantic effort, we managed to shoulder the grate open enough to squeeze through, emerging scratched and filthy into the dense woods bordering Havenwood's sprawling grounds. We could see the perimeter fence just 100 yards away, and beyond it, the road, the promise of the outside world. Relief, fierce and intoxicating, surged through me. We'd made it. I took a step towards the fence, then another. I took a step towards the fence, then another, and stopped, a wave of sickening nausea washing over me. It felt like hitting an invisible wall, a psychic barrier that pushed back, making my head spin, flashing images of the ritual room, of Crow's cold eyes behind my eyelids. I tried again, forcing myself forward, but the pressure intensified, the whispers returning, coiling around my thoughts, telling me I belonged here, that escape was futile, that the curriculum wasn't finished with me. Milo, trying to push past the boundary beside me, cried out and staggered back, clutching his head. "It won't let us go," he choked out, despair clear in his voice. "We know too much. We're part of it now." He was right. Defeating Crow's ritual hadn't freed us. It had merely changed our position within the system. The knowledge, the connection forged in that theater, had tethered us to Havenwood as surely as any physical chains. We could leave the building, but not its influence. Standing there at the edge of the woods, looking back at the Gothic spires of the Academy silhouetted against the gray sky, a cold, weary certainty settled over me. A cold, weary certainty settled over me. If we couldn't escape it, perhaps we had to control it. Time moves differently at Havenwood. Years passed, marked by the changing seasons outside the gates. But within, the cycle ground on. Headmaster Crow, weakened by the backlash and my defiance, never fully regained his former power. His influence waned, challenged by the disruption I represented. Eventually, quietly, he was retired, gone, leaving a vacuum. The final scene finds me in the headmaster's imposing office. Older, yes. The last traces of youthful hope replaced by a quiet, watchful gravity. Milo sits opposite me, my indispensable, eternally weary advisor. We managed somehow to navigate the treacherous internal politics, using our knowledge, the loyalty of a few disillusioned students, and perhaps the lingering influence of the ghostwriter, which now occasionally offered cryptic but useful insights directly into my thoughts, to establish a new, fragile order. A nervous young student sits before me, a new scholarship recipient, bright-eyed, full of hope, just as I once was. "Welcome to Havenwood, Miss Albright," I say, my voice calm, measured. It's a unique institution, offering unparalleled opportunities. I slide a thin, revised handbook across the polished desk. It contains warnings, coded advice, things I wish I had known. There are, however, I continue, holding her gaze, certain traditions, procedures. For your safety and success. 1. Should you find assignments completed beyond your own efforts, express gratitude for the assistance and submit the work promptly. Do not question the source. 2. Extend courtesy to all students but politely decline invitations that make you uncomfortable. Trust your instincts. 3. Should any faculty member behave erratically or make inappropriate demands, report immediately to Nurse Morrow or myself. Your well-being is paramount. The rules were different now, still masking a terrifying reality perhaps, but tilted slightly towards survival, towards awareness, rather than blind sacrifice. A managed haunting still, but under new, more reluctant management. Outside, the Havenwood bell begins to toll, its notes slightly off-key, echoing across the ancient grounds. The cycle continued. My eternal detention had begun. They say school prepares you for life. At Havenwood, it prepares you for something far older and hungrier. Juniper Bell followed the rules, then broke them, then rewrote them, because in places like Havenwood, knowledge isn't just power, it's currency. And the tuition? You pay with memory, fear, and eventually yourself. But Juniper did something no one else had. She learned the rules, she survived them, and now she writes them. So if you're offered a scholarship and the ivy looks a little too alive, ask yourself, is this a school or a feeding ground? If you made it this far, tell us in the comments. Would you have submitted the ghost-written homework? And don't forget to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every rule exists for one reason. Because someone died learning it. The bell is ringing. Class is dismissed. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight we descend into something dark. Not just shadows under your bed or whispers behind your door. No, tonight's story clings to your spine and lingers in your thoughts long after the screen fades to black. If you've ever broken a rule you didn't understand and survived to regret it, this story is for you. Before we begin, leave a comment below. Have you ever felt like something was watching you, even when you were alone? Let me know. I read them all. And if you're new here, subscribe. I only tell stories that bite. Now, dim the lights, put in your headphones, and whatever you do, watch to the end. There's a twist waiting, and it's watching you. The Appalachian darkness doesn't just fall. It seeps up from the ancient earth, thick and cold, smelling of damp soil and secrets older than the mountains themselves. It was a tangible presence as I guided my sputtering sedan, a relic from a life I was trying to outrun, off the cracked asphalt of Route 33 and onto the gravel driveway of Nomad's Rest. The sign, a faded painting of a lone wanderer against a mountain silhouette, creaked a mournful welcome in the biting late autumn wind. This was it, my new sanctuary. Or perhaps my new purgatory. My name is Elias Vance. For 15 years, my camera had been an extension of my eye, capturing the grim tableaus of urban decay and human tragedy for police archives and occasionally the lurid curiosity of the press. But in one case, the unsolved disappearance of a little girl named Lily Chen, her small red shoe, the only thing left behind in a muddy alley, had fractured something within me. The image of that shoe, a tiny beacon of lost innocence, replayed in my mind's eye. A constant, silent accusation that I'd missed something, some vital, overlooked detail in the hundreds of frames I'd shot. The city, with its cacophony and relentless reminders, had become unbearable. So I ran to the quiet, or so I hoped, of Western Virginia. The man who owned Nomad's Rest, Jedediah Jet Thorne, was waiting on the porch of the small clapboard building that served as both a convenience store and his living quarters. He was a silhouette against the weak yellow light spilling from the doorway, tall and gaunt, the wind whipping his thin gray hair. As I approached, his features resolved into a road map of deep lines, eyes like chips of winter ice set deep beneath a heavy brow. He looked as old and weathered as the mountains that loomed behind the station. "Mr. Vance, I reckon," he said, his voice a low rumble, like stones shifting in a riverbed. There was no handshake, just a slow nod. Car sounds like it's seen better days, much like most folks who find their way out here. He led me inside. The store was a jumble of dusty shelves stocked with necessities, and the kind of tourist trinkets that looked like they'd been there since the Nixon administration. The air was thick with the smell of old coffee, pine cleaner, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, like overripe fruit on the verge of decay. "Shift starts at 10, ends at 6, Jed stated, his gaze sweeping over me, lingering for a moment on the camera bag I still carried by habit. "Just keep the coffee brewing, the pumps running, and the till honest. Most nights you'll see more deer than people." A young woman emerged from a back room, wiping her hands on a faded apron. She couldn't have been much older than 20, with bright, curious eyes and a cascade of auburn hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. She offered a small, friendly smile. "This here's Sarah Beth Riley," Jed said, a hint of something almost like affection in his rough voice. "SB, this is Elias Vance, the new Nightman." "Folks just call me SB," she said, her voice a pleasant contrast to Jed's gravel. "Welcome to Nomad's Rest. Hope you like quiet. It's real quiet out here." She glanced out the window into the encroaching darkness, and for a second, her smile faltered. "Real quiet." She was finishing her shift, tidying up, and gave me a few pointers about where things were. Her chatter a brief welcome warmth in the otherwise somber atmosphere. After SB had driven off, her taillights quickly swallowed by the night, Jed turned to me. The folksy demeanor he'd shown with her vanishing. His eyes seemed to darken. "Now about the rules, Mr. Vance," he said, his voice dropping. "These ain't company policy. These are local customs, you could say. For your own good." I waited, a familiar prickle of unease starting at the base of my neck. The same feeling I'd get arriving at a scene before the full horror had been uncovered. First, Jed held up a gnarled finger. "If a customer buys exactly 6.66 gallons of gas, and it'll happen, mind you, you don't say a word to. And not a greeting, not a thank you, nothing. Just take their money and let him go." My brows furrowed. "That's specific." Jed's expression didn't change. "Second, if a customer pays you in coins that look older than this here station, older than me even, you don't touch him with your bare hands. Use the tongs under the counter. Put them in the designated jar. Don't let any mix with the regular change." He gestured towards a heavy, lead-lined tobacco humidor behind the counter, secured with a thick, rusty-looking padlock. It seemed an odd place for spare change. "And third," his voice was barely a whisper now, and the wind outside seemed to keen in agreement, "if you see footprints appearing out there in the snow or the mud after a rain, and there ain't nobody there making, you get yourself inside. Lock the door. Don't look out again till you're sure whatever it was has passed on by." A chill, colder than the mountain air, snaked down my spine. This was beyond eccentric. This was something else. "Mr. Thorne," I began, trying to keep my voice even. "What exactly am I supposed to be dealing with here? Are we talking about local troublemakers? Pranksters?" Jedediah Thorne looked out the grimy window, past the anemic glow of the gas pump lights, into the vast, swallowing blackness of the Appalachian night. His sigh was heavy, laden with a weariness that seemed to go bone deep. "Some things round here, Mr. Vance," he said, turning back, his eyes like dark pools reflecting no light. "They just are. Been here longer than the roads, longer than the towns. Best not to poke the quiet. Best just to follow the rules." He handed me a set of keys. "Store's yours till sunup. Try not to learn the hard way why those rules exist." He retreated into his attached quarters, the door clicking shut with a sound of finality. I was alone. The hum of the ancient coolers and the incessant, whispering wind my only companions. The scent of decay, I now realized, was stronger. I walked to the window, peering out. The darkness was absolute, a living entity that seemed to press against the glass. For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of the woods, where the gravel met the tree line, but it was gone before my photographer's eye could truly register it. Just the wind, I told myself. Just the shadows. But as I turned to start my first long Appalachian night, the weight of Jedediah's decree settled upon me, heavy and cold as a burial shroud. The first few nights at Nomad's Rest were an exercise in forced normalcy. I'd meticulously clean already spotless counters, rearrange dusty cans of motor oil into perfectly aligned rows, and brew pot after pot of coffee that mostly went untouched. The quiet SB had warned me about was an oppressive blanket, broken only by the hum of the coolers, the tick of an old wall clock, and the ceaseless sibilant whisper of the wind through the pines. It was a quiet that allowed the ghosts of my past ample room to roam. Lily Chen's small red shoe would flash in my peripheral vision, the imagined click of my camera shutter a counterpoint to the station's mundane sounds. I tried to rationalize Jedediah's rules. The 6.66 gallons? Probably some local superstition. A number to ward off bad luck, or attract it depending on your leanings. The old coins. Maybe Jed was a closet numismatist. Or perhaps there was a history of counterfeit currency in these remote parts. The footprints. Animals. Surely. Or the wind playing tricks with the snow or dust. But the conviction in Jed's voice, the deep-seated weariness in his eyes gnawed at my attempts at logic. It was near the end of my first week, a night when the moon was a sliver of bone in an inky sky, that the first rule was tested. Headlights, one dim and flickering, the other entirely dead, crawled into the station's forecourt. A battered pickup truck, its engine sputtering like a dying man's last cough, shuddered to a halt by pump number 2. I watched from behind the counter, a knot tightening in my stomach. The driver's side door creaked open and a figure emerged, little more than a silhouette in the gloom. They moved with a slow, deliberate gait, almost a shuffle towards the pump. I couldn't make out a face, just a dark shape beneath a wide-brimmed hat. My hand hovered over the intercom button, ready to offer assistance, but Jed's warning echoed in my ears. The numbers on the digital display of the pump climbed. 3.45, 4.87, 5.9. Then with a final soft click, it stopped. 6.66, my breath hitched. The figure at the pump didn't move for a long moment, then slowly turned their head towards the store, towards me. I couldn't see their eyes, but I felt the gaze, cold and intensely focused, like a drill boring into my skull. I remembered Jed's words, "Don't say a word to him." I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. The silence in the store, usually just a dull hum, now felt charged, electric. The figure shuffled towards the entrance, the door groaning open. They stepped inside, bringing with them a gust of wind that carried the scent of damp earth, and something else, something acrid, like burnt metal. They laid a crumpled $10 bill on the counter. Still, no face, just shadow beneath the hat. I rang up the sale, my fingers fumbling slightly on the keys. The till drawer sprang open with a loud clang that made me jump. I counted out the change, my heart thumping against my ribs like a trapped bird. I placed it on the counter, avoiding eye contact, focusing on a crack in the linoleum. The silence stretched, taut and unbearable. Then, a low sound, like air being slowly released from old leather bellows. A dry, rasping sigh came from the figure. It wasn't a word, but it felt like a pronouncement. They picked up the change, their fingers brushing the counter with a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement, and turned to leave. As the door closed behind them, the lights in the store flickered violently for a few seconds, then stabilized. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed, I heard it, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it, seeming to emanate from the old, disconnected PA speaker above the door. "Good boy." It rasped, the sound like fingernails on slate. Then, nothing but the wind. The next afternoon, when SB came in for her short shift before mine, she found me still shaken. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Elias," she said, her usual cheerfulness slightly subdued as she noticed my pallor. "Just a long night," I lied, forcing a weak smile. She busied herself restocking the chip display, then paused. "My grandpappy used to say some folks round here, they ain't entirely folks anymore. They carry pieces of the dark with..." Best to just let M pass on by, silent-like. She glanced at me, her bright eyes knowing, especially if they got a certain number in mind. Later, as I was preparing for another night, Ranger Mark Cole pulled up in his official Park Service truck, the emblem of a soaring eagle on its door. He was a sturdy man, his face weathered by sun and wind, his eyes sharp and observant. He bought a large black coffee and a pack of jerky. "Heard you're the new night owl at Nomad's Rest," he said, his voice a calm baritone. "Figured I'd say hello. Not much traffic out this way after dark, except for the four-legged kind." He took a sip of coffee. "You look a little peaky, son. Everything all right?" "Just adjusting to the hours," I said, trying to sound casual. He nodded slowly, This mountain air can play tricks on a man if he ain't used to it, especially when the big blows come in. Storms brewing to the west. Could get hairy up here. He gave me a long appraising look before heading out. You take care now. His concern, though brief, felt genuine. But as I watched his taillights disappear down the dark highway, I found myself looking over my shoulder more often. In the back storeroom, while searching for extra coffee filters, my hand brushed against a loose floorboard. Prying it up, I found a small, water-stained Polaroid picture. It was a shot of the gas station, clearly taken years ago, judging by the older model cars at the pumps. And there, at the very edge of the frame, half hidden by the shadow of the awning, was a blurry, indistinct figure, taller than a man, and somehow wrong. I tucked it into my pocket, a cold knot of dread tightening in my chest. The quiet of Nomad's Rest was no longer just quiet. It was waiting. The Polaroid became a morbid sort of talisman. I'd pull it out during the long, silent stretches of the night, my photographer's eye trying to resolve the blurry figure, to find some logical explanation. Was it a trick of the light? A processing flaw? Or was it, as some primal part of me insisted, a glimpse of something that shouldn't exist? My own camera, usually a comfort, now felt like an inadequate tool against whatever lurked in the Appalachian shadows. I started taking photos around the station anyway. Wide shots, close-ups of darkened corners, the tree line. Mostly they showed nothing but the mundane. Mostly, a few nights after the 6.66 incident, the second rule came into play. The bell above the door jingled, announcing a customer. It was a man, older than Jed by the look of him. His clothes little more than rags, his face a mass of wrinkles and dirt, but it was his eyes that caught me. They burned with a feverish, unsettling intensity, like hot coals in the dim light. He moved with a strange, jerky gait, as if his limbs weren't entirely under his own control. He wanted a bottle of water, just one. He fumbled in a greasy pouch at his waist and poured a handful of coins onto the counter. They weren't modern currency. They were dark, almost black, some of silver, others of a dull coppery green. Many were misshapen, clearly hand-struck with crude symbols I didn't recognize. A smell rose from them, damp earth, mold, and a sharp, metallic tang, like old blood. "Keep the change, sonny," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves crunching underfoot. He snatched the water bottle and was gone, the door sighing shut behind him. I stared at the coins. Jed's warning, "Don't touch 'em with your bare hands." I remembered the heavy lead-lined humidor. My skin crawled. From my camera bag, I retrieved a pair of latex gloves, a habit from years of processing my own film in less than sterile darkrooms, and a grim necessity from countless crime scenes. Using the tongs Jed had mentioned, which I found tucked beneath a stack of old invoices, I carefully picked up each coin. They felt unnaturally cold, even through the tongs. The symbols on them seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. I dropped them, one by one, into the humidor. The clink they made wasn't a normal metallic sound. It was dull, absorbed, as if the lead-lined box was eager to receive them. When SB came in the next day, I casually asked her about old coins, trying to sound like a budding collector. Her brow furrowed. "Old coins? Like real old?" Grandpappy used to say, "Some things get buried for a reason, Elias. Diggin' 'em up, or trading 'em round. It's like inviting old sorrows back into the light." She shivered, despite the warmth of the store. He told me once about the told coins. Say, folks used to leave EM at crossroads, or by old burial mounds, to pay respect, or to keep things from crossing over that shouldn't. She glanced towards the humidor, a flicker of something I couldn't quite name in her eyes. Fear, perhaps, or a dawning understanding. Jed keeps that old box locked up tight for a reason, I reckon. Her words did little to soothe my growing unease. That night, after locking up the pumps and retreating into the relative safety of the store, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic clinking sound. It was coming from the humidor. I froze, listening. Clink, 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 as if someone or something was inside, idly sifting through the ancient currency. I backed away slowly, my hand reaching for the heavy wrench I now kept under the counter. The clinking stopped as abruptly as it had begun, but the air around the humidor felt colder, and the faint, sweet smell of decay I'd noticed on my first night was stronger now, mingled with the scent of freshly turned earth. I found myself staring at the lock, wondering what horrors it truly contained. That night, I dreamt of Lily Chen. She wasn't in an alley, but standing at a dark crossroads, her hand outstretched, her palm filled with tarnished, ancient coins. Her other red shoe was missing. The Storm Ranger Cole had warned about arrived with a vengeance a week later. It wasn't snow, but a relentless, driving rain that turned the world outside Nomad's Rest into a gray, blurred canvas. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows in their frames and causing the old building to groan like a ship in a heavy sea. The power flickered on and off, each temporary plunge into darkness ratcheting up my anxiety. The rain transformed the gravel driveway and the surrounding earth into a slick, oozing mire. It was during a brief lull in the downpour, when the only sound was the drip, drip, drip from the eaves and the gurgle of water in the overflowing gutters, that the third rule made its terrifying debut. I was staring out the front window, the glass streaked with rain and condensation, trying to pierce the gloom. My gaze fell upon the muddy patch just beyond the concrete apron of the gas pumps, and then I saw it, a single, deep indentation appearing in the wet clay, as if a heavy weight had just been pressed down. Then another, a few feet further, and another, slowly, deliberately, forming a path towards the store's entrance. They were huge, far too large for any human, and disturbingly bare. No boot print, no animal track I recognized, just the splayed, five-toed impression of a colossal, naked foot. My blood ran cold. My blood ran cold. If you see footprints, and there ain't nobody there making them, you get yourself inside. Lock the door. Jed's voice, a low, urgent whisper in my memory. There was no one visible. The rain had momentarily stopped, the air unnaturally still. Yet the prints continued to form, one by one, marching inexorably closer. I stumbled back from the window, my breath catching in my throat. I lunged for the heavy deadbolt on the front door, ramming it home with a loud thud. I fumbled with the latch on the old wooden shutters Jed had insisted I learn to use, their dry wood scraping as I pulled them closed, plunging the store into near-total darkness, save for the emergency exit light's sickly green glow. I pressed my back against the door, heart hammering. Silence. Then, a soft, wet squelch from just outside, followed by another. Closer. A low, guttural sound, like something large and heavy breathing with difficulty. A sigh that seemed to vibrate through the very wood of the door. A light, experimental scratch raked across the shuttered window. My phone had no signal, hadn't for hours. The landline, after a few promising sputters, was dead. I was cut off. Mark Cole's earlier radio call felt like a lifetime ago. Or was he, too, hunkered down somewhere, waiting out the storm's fury, desperate for some anchor, some clue? I remembered the loose floorboard in the storeroom. Perhaps the previous occupant, the one who'd left the Polaroid, had hidden more. My flashlight beam danced nervously as I pried it open again. Tucked deeper inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was a slim, leather-bound journal. Its pages were filled with a spidery, increasingly frantic script. It chronicled nights like these, filled with unexplained sounds, fleeting glimpses of shadows, and a growing terror of the collector, or the keeper of the road. The writer spoke of the rules, but also of a dawning, horrifying realization. Jedediah Thorne wasn't just a man enforcing peculiar safety measures. He was an acolyte, a caretaker, perhaps even a procurer. He feeds it. One entry read, the ink smudged as if by a trembling hand. Not just with fear, but with pieces, memories. Some nights I hear him talking to it out by the old well, making promises. The last few pages were almost illegible. A scrawl of pure panic. Then, a single, chilling sentence on a torn-out page fragment, tucked near the back. It wants a new face at the window. A new echo in the hollows. Jedediah knows how to make the offering. A loud thud against the back door of the store, the one leading to Jed's quarters, made me cry out. The emergency light flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like living things. Whatever was outside, it was no longer content with just the front. And the words from the journal echoed in my mind, cold and sharp as a shard of ice. Jedediah knows how to make the offering. Was I that offering? The new face it desired? The storm raged outside, but a far more terrifying storm was brewing within the walls of Nomad's Rest. The thudding at the back door stopped as abruptly as it had begun, replaced by an unnerving silence that was somehow more menacing than the storm's previous fury. The emergency light pulsed, a sickly green heartbeat in the oppressive darkness. My own heart hammered in sync. The journal's words, Jedediah knows how to make the offering, were a brand seared into my thoughts. I was trapped. The storm an impenetrable wall around Nomad's Rest, and whatever lurked outside was now, it seemed, being invited in. A scraping sound came from the front of the store, near the main counter, not the desperate clawing of before, but something more deliberate, a metallic slithering. I held my breath, flashlight beam trembling, inching towards the sound. The lead-lined humidor, the one meant for the ancient coins, was open. The heavy padlock lay on the floor beside it, not broken, but unlocked. And Jedediah Thorne stood there, his back to me, his gaunt frame silhouetted against the faint, ambient light filtering through a crack in the shutters. He was humming, a tuneless, discordant melody that grated on my nerves. Jedediah. My voice was a hoarse whisper. He turned slowly. His face in the flickering green light was a terrifying mask. His eyes, usually just old and weary, now blazed with a fervent, unholy light. A thin, cruel smile stretched his lips. He held something in his hands, a handful of those tarnished ancient coins, and a small, crudely carved wooden idol, vaguely humanoid, that I hadn't seen before. "Alas," he said, his voice no longer the rumbling drawl of an old mountain man, but smooth, almost cultured, and filled with a chilling satisfaction. "It has been so long since it had such a vibrant echo to savor. The keeper," I stammered, backing away, the heavy wrench I'd kept under the counter now feeling woefully inadequate. "What are you talking about? What is that thing outside?" "Not a thing, Elias," Jedediah corrected, taking a step towards me. "A presence, an intelligence, ancient and hungry. It guards this crossroads, this thin place, and it requires sustenance. My family has understood this for generations. We are its stewards. We ensure the balance. Balance," I choked out, my mind reeling. "By feeding it people. Those rules, they weren't to protect me, were they? They were to prime me, to mark me. To mark me," Jedediah chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Clever boy. The numbers, the tokens, they attune the chosen. They open the pathways. Your past, Elias, your grief, your guilt. Oh, it sang to the keeper like a siren's call. You carry such rich, sorrowful echoes." He gestured with the idol. "And tonight, during this blessed storm, the veil is thinnest. Tonight, it will collect its due. Suddenly, the front door of the store, the one I had deadbolted, flew inward with a deafening crash, ripped from its hinges as if by an invisible giant. Rain and wind blasted into the store, extinguishing the emergency light, plunging us into near-total darkness, save for the erratic flashes of lightning outside, and my wavering flashlight beam. And in the strobing light, I saw it. Filling the doorway and beyond was a towering shadow, vaguely man-shaped but impossibly tall, its edges indistinct, seeming to shift and swirl like smoke and rain. No discernible features, just a deeper blackness within the storm's fury. But I could feel it, an immense crushing pressure, a cold that sank into my bones, and a chorus of whispers, 1,000 voices crying out in an ancient, forgotten tongue, all layered over by one dominant sound. The soft, sibilant voice of Lily. "Jen, did you see me, Mr. Vance? Did you see where I went?" My flashlight clattered to the floor as my hands flew to my ears. The psychic assault was overwhelming. "Behold, Elias!" Jedediah cried, his voice ecstatic above the din. "The keeper of the crossroads, the echo collector, come to claim its offering." He advanced, the idol held high. From somewhere in the chaos, a new sound, a shout, female, sharp with fear and defiance. "Get away from him, you crazy old bastard!" A figure darted from the back storeroom. S.B. Riley. She must have hidden when she heard the commotion. In her hands, she wielded a heavy tire iron, swinging it wildly. One of Jedediah's local customs was apparently leaving the back storeroom door, which led to a rarely used external access point, unlocked on storm nights to let the pressure out. SB must have known. "Spee, get out of here," I yelled, scrambling for my flashlight. Jedediah, momentarily surprised, snarled, "Foolish girl, you cannot interfere with the pact." The shadowy entity in the doorway seemed to recoil slightly at SB's sudden appearance, the whispers faltering for a beat. It was as if her unexpected, untainted presence was a discordant note in its symphony of sorrow. That momentary hesitation was all Mark Cole needed. Another crash, this time from the side window, followed by the ranger's bulk tumbling into the store, shotgun at the ready. He must have seen the lights go out, or heard the initial crash, and fought his way through the storm. "Thorne, what in God's name is going on here?" Mark bellowed, his face grim as he took in the scene. Jedediah, the shadowy horror in the doorway, SB and me cowering. "The offering must be completed," Jedediah shrieked, lunging not at me, but at SB, trying to grab her, to drag her towards the entity. He knew her interference was a problem. I saw my chance. The entity was focused on Jedediah and SB. Mark was trying to get a clear shot, but the thing was too amorphous too. Unreal. My past as a photographer, the countless hours spent observing, analyzing scenes, looking for the crucial detail, suddenly clicked. The idol in Jedediah's hand. The coins. It wants a new face, a new echo. The journal had said. It wasn't just about the person. It was about what they represented, what they carried. "The coins, Jedediah!" I yelled, my voice surprisingly steady. "It wants the echoes in the coins too, doesn't it? The sorrows they've collected." I scrambled towards the open humidor, scooping up handfuls of the cold, ancient currency. The entity paused. The whispers shifted, a new note of curiosity, entering the cacophony. Lily Chen's voice became more distinct. "So many stories, so many lost. What are you doing, boy?" Jedediah screamed, distracted from SB for a crucial second, making a different offering. I roared back. I hurled the coins, not at the entity, but towards the gaping, storm-lashed doorway, scattering them out into the mud and rain. "Take these. Take their stories. They're older, stronger than mine." The shadowy figure seemed to lean towards the scattered coins. The pressure in the room lessened slightly. The whispers grew fainter, more distant. as if it was listening to the earth, to the tales the ancient metal held. Jedediah, enraged, turned back towards me, his face contorted. "You'll ruin everything. The pact." He raised the crude idol to strike. Mark's shotgun boomed, the blast deafening in the confined space. Jedediah cried out, stumbling back, clutching his shoulder, the idol flying from his grasp and skittering across the floor. The entity in the doorway, perhaps disturbed by the gunshot, or perhaps sated for the moment by the unexpected tribute of the coins, began to recede. It didn't walk away. It simply dissolved, blending back into the rain and the darkness, the chorus of whispers fading with it, until only the howl of the wind remained. Lily Chen's voice was the last to go, a sighing, almost regretful. Not yet. Silence descended, heavy and ringing. Rain still lashed through the broken doorway. Jedediah lay groaning on the floor, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Zeishby was pale but resolute, still gripping the tire iron. Mark Cole stood over Jedediah, shotgun still trained on him, his face a mask of disbelief and grim understanding. I picked up my flashlight, its beam weak, the air still crackled with an unseen energy, but the crushing presence was gone. For now. We had survived, but I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the core that the keeper of the crossroads was still out there, in the ancient Appalachian darkness, waiting, and it remembered my face. The storm broke with the dawn, or perhaps it was more accurate to say it grudgingly retreated, leaving behind a world scoured clean and eerily silent. The rising sun, a pale apricot disk, painted the ravaged landscape in hues of gray and fragile gold. Nomad's Rest was a wreck. The front door hung by a single twisted hinge. Shattered glass littered the floor like diamonds, and the wind, now a mournful sigh rather than a raging beast, whistled through the broken windows. Mark Cole had managed to get his radio working shortly after the entity's departure. His initial report was terse, carefully worded. Disturbance at Nomad's Rest. Shots fired. Request immediate backup and medical for one injured male. Hostile. He'd omitted the part about colossal, shadowy entities and ancient pacts. Smart man. Jedediah Thorne, pale from blood loss and a deeper spiritual shock, was slumped against a wall, his earlier fervor replaced by a hollow-eyed despair. The idol he'd carried lay near the overturned counter, looking like nothing more than a piece of oddly shaped driftwood in the morning light. XB, exhausted but wired, was making coffee with trembling hands. The mundane ritual, a small act of defiance against the night's horrors. "You two all right?" Mark asked, his voice rough with fatigue, his eyes scanning me, and then speed. There was a new understanding in his gaze, a shared knowledge of things that defied easy explanation. "Shaken," I admitted, rubbing my temples where the psychic pressure had been most intense. "But alive, thanks to both of you." SB just nodded, her gaze distant. "Grandpappy always said these mountains hold more than just trees and rock." When the first sheriff's deputies arrived, followed by paramedics, the official story began to take shape. A violent drifter, perhaps high on something, had broken in during the storm. Jedediah Thorne, in a state of confusion or delusion exacerbated by the weather, had become agitated, leading to an altercation. Mark Cole, checking on the station due to the storm, had been forced to intervene. It was a plausible narrative, one that tidied up the inexplicable edges. Jedediah, when questioned, was mostly incoherent, muttering about broken pacts and the old ways failing. He was taken to a hospital under guard, more for a psychiatric evaluation than his gunshot wound, which was serious but not life-threatening. No one asked too many questions about the ancient coins scattered in the mud outside, nor the sheer impossibility of the front door being ripped from its frame in such a manner. The storm was a convenient scapegoat for much of it. As the deputies cordoned off the station, I found the leather-bound journal. I hesitated, then tucked it into my camera bag. Some stories I was learning weren't meant for official reports. Mark caught my eye, and gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. He knew. He wouldn't say anything, but he knew. Later that morning, as a tow truck prepared to haul away my battered sedan, another casualty of the storm, or so the report would say, SB approached me. "You leaving?" she asked, her voice quiet. "I don't think I can stay, SB," I said honestly. "Not after this," she nodded, understanding. "Can't say I blame you. But Elias," she paused, biting her lip. "What we saw. It's real, ain't it? Ain't it? It's not just some crazy local legend. It's real," I confirmed, the weight of that truth settling heavily between us. "And I don't think it's just here. If you ever find out more," she said, looking out towards the brooding mountains, "about these keepers or collectors or whatever they are, you'll let me know." "I will," I promised. A shared burden, a silent vow to remember what the world would try to make us forget. Mark Cole gave me a lift into the nearest town with a bus station. We rode mostly in silence, the unspoken horrors of the night hanging in the air. As I got out, he finally spoke. "Vance," he said, his gaze steady. "I've seen things in those woods working as a ranger, things I can't explain, things I don't talk about. Last night, it put a face to some of it." He paused. "You keep that camera of yours handy. Some truths only get seen through a different kind of lens." It was the closest he'd come to acknowledging the full reality of what we'd witnessed, and it was enough. Months passed. I drifted south, then west, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the Appalachian darkness of Nomad's Rest. The nightmares, thankfully, began to fade, or at least Lily Chen's ghostly visage was no longer a nightly visitor. Yedidiah Thorne, I heard through a discreet inquiry from Mark, had been committed to a state psychiatric facility. His ramblings about ancient entities and broken pacts, deemed the product of a fractured mind. Nomad's Rest itself was closed. A for sale by county sign eventually nailed to its boarded-up door. Another forgotten casualty on a lonely mountain road. I tried to return to photography, but the sterile, predictable world of commercial work felt hollow. Instead, I found myself drawn to abandoned places, forgotten asylums, decaying farmhouses, crumbling theaters where the echoes of past lives seemed to cling to the dust motes, dancing in the slivers of light. I wasn't looking for ghosts, not exactly. I was looking for resonance, for the stories embedded in the decay. One rainy afternoon, in a dusty antique shop in a small Oregon town, I found an old bellows-style plate camera, the kind that would have been cutting edge in the early 20th century. It felt strangely familiar in my hands, heavy and solid. I bought it, along with a box of expired glass plates, more as a curiosity than anything else. Back in my cheap motel room, I set up the ancient camera, aiming it out the window at the rain-slicked street. I didn't expect much, but as I developed the first plate, using makeshift chemicals in the dim bathroom, an image began to form. It was the street, yes, but superimposed, faint yet undeniable, was another scene. A dark, wooded crossroads, and the faint outline of a towering, indistinct figure standing where the roads met. My blood ran cold. It was the keeper. I checked the camera, the lens, the plate. There was no logical explanation. Shaken, I developed another plate, this time of the empty room. And there, in the corner, almost invisible, was the faint, smudged outline of a small red shoe. The journal from Nomad's Rest, which I'd read and reread countless times, mentioned that some keepers or collectors could leave traces, echoes that sensitive individuals, or perhaps sensitive equipment, could perceive. Yedidiah's family hadn't just been caretakers. They'd been conduits, their lives intertwined with the entity, their own echoes becoming part of its tapestry. And now, it seemed, So had mine. A few weeks later, a package arrived at my latest temporary address. No return address, just a postmark from a small town in Western Virginia, not far from Nomad's Rest. Inside was a small, heavy object wrapped in oiled cloth. It was the crude wooden idol Jedediah had wielded, the one that had skittered across the floor of the gas station. Tucked beneath it was a single, neatly folded piece of paper. On it, in a spidery, familiar hand, were 3 words. "It remembers you." The handwriting was Jedediah Thorne's. He was out, or he had an accomplice. I didn't throw the idol away. I couldn't. It felt like a dare, a challenge, or perhaps a key. Mark Cole's words came back to me. Some truths only get seen through a different kind of lens. I still travel. I still take photographs, now with both my modern digital camera and the ancient plate one. Sometimes, the old camera shows me things the new one doesn't. A fleeting shadow in an empty doorway. A face in a crowd that isn't quite human. A faint shimmer in the air above an old crossroads. The keeper, or its kin, are out there. They are legion. And they collect echoes. I don't know if I'm hunting them, or if they're subtly guiding me. I don't know if I'm a survivor, a witness, or slowly becoming another kind of offering. All I know is that the darkness that seeps from the ancient earth is real. And sometimes, if you have the right lens, or if you've been marked by its touch, you can see the faces staring back from the shadows. And they, in turn, see you. The whispers are always there, just beneath the surface of the world, waiting for the quiet, waiting for the offering, waiting for the click of a shutter in the Appalachian night. Still here? Then you've made it through the dark. For now. But remember, every rule broken leaves a crack. And through cracks, things creep. If that ending hit you like it hit me the first time I heard this tale, leave a comment. Tell me, what would you have done differently? Like the story, there's more waiting. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Because in the dark corners of the internet, only the prepared survive. And next time you find yourself alone, remember, rules exist for a reason. Sleep tight. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight, we step inside a place most people would avoid even in daylight. A drugstore buried deep in Perdition, Wyoming. A town with a name like a death sentence. And a night shift that's nothing short of a curse. Dr. Julian Frost was just looking for escape. But what he found at Willow Creek Pharmacy were 3 rules that kept the walls from weeping, the dead from whispering, and the past from clawing its way back into the world. Break them, and something breaks you. This isn't just another scary story. This is one of the best I've brought you. Atmospheric, chilling, and with a twist at the end that will rewire the way you think about ghost stories forever. So, turn off the lights, settle in, and remember to subscribe if you haven't already. Leave a comment if you've ever felt like a place was watching you. And stay to the very end. Trust me, the final dose hits hardest. Let's begin. The only sound worse than the silence of Perdition, Wyoming, was the whisper that sometimes rode in on it. A dry, rustling sound, like old paper charts describing unspeakable treatments. It seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the town. A place whose name felt less like a geographical marker, and more like a final, chilling prognosis. My arrival at Willow Creek Pharmacy, as the last rays of a bruised sunset bled behind the jagged peaks of the distant mountains, did little to dispel this notion. The building itself was a 2-story Victorian relic, its upper windows dark and vacant like empty eye sockets. The ground floor pharmacy exuding an air of ancient, melancholic waiting. My name is Dr. Julian Frost. Once, that title had been a source of pride. A testament to years spent mastering the intricate dance of molecules and compounds. A passion for an elegant formula. Now, it felt like an epitaph, a catastrophic error in a proprietary compound I'd been developing. A miscalculation in a decimal point, a moment of hubris, had led to consequences. Faces contorted in pain or blank with an unnatural stillness flickered behind my eyelids whenever I closed them. The ensuing scandal had shattered my career, leaving me adrift, seeking not redemption but oblivion. Perdition, with its promise of anonymity, and the graveyard shift, seemed to offer just that. Miss Lydia Thorne, the proprietor and sole pharmacist apart from myself, was as much a fixture of Willow Creek Pharmacy as the age-darkened wooden cabinets and the faint, pervasive scent of dried herbs and chemical astringents. She was tall, remarkably upright for her advanced years, her silver hair pulled into a severe bun that allowed no stray strands. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, held a disconcerting stillness, as if they had witnessed centuries pass and found little to surprise them. "Dr. Frost," she greeted me, her voice devoid of inflection, emerging from the shadowed depths of the dispensary. "You are punctual. Punctuality is appreciated here." She didn't offer a hand, merely inclined her head, a gesture that felt more like an assessment than a welcome. The tour was brief, efficient. The pharmacy was larger than it appeared from outside, a labyrinth of shelves groaning under the weight of amber glass bottles, porcelain jars, and modern blister packs. A faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the floorboards, like distant, sleeping machinery. "Your shift is from 9 in the evening until 7 in the morning," Miss Thorne stated, her gaze sweeping over me. "Chloe Davies, our intern, will be here for the first hour to assist with the transition and closing duties. After that, you are the sole custodian of Willow Creek's nocturnal needs." As if on cue, Chloe emerged from the compounding room. A young woman in her early 20s, her bright, intelligent eyes a stark contrast to Miss Thorne's glacial composure. She offered a nervous but friendly smile. "Dr. Frost? Hi, I'm Chloe. Welcome to, well, Perdition." There was a slight hesitation in her voice as she said the town's name, while Chloe showed me the inventory system and the peculiarities of the ancient cash register. Miss Thorne waited, a silent, patient sentinel. When Chloe finally gathered her things to leave, she paused at the door. "It gets pretty quiet here at night, Dr. Frost," she said, her gaze flicking towards the darkened windows of the upper floor. "Sometimes you hear things. The wind, mostly. People say they sometimes see lights up at the old Blackwood Asylum ruins on the ridge. Just stories, I guess." She hurried out, as if eager to escape the pharmacy's oppressive atmosphere before true nightfall. Once Chloe was gone, Miss Thorne's demeanor, if possible, grew even more somber. She gestured for me to follow her to the main dispensing counter. "There are protocols, Dr. Frost," she said, her voice a low murmur that the antique walls seemed to absorb. "Not written in any manual, not discussed with the daylight staff. They are for the night, and for the one who watches over it. They are for your continued well-being." I felt a familiar chill, the kind that had often preceded the discovery of something deeply unsettling in my former life. "First," she began, her eyes fixing on mine, "should a prescription arrive, be it by fax, electronically, or hand-delivered by means unseen, bearing the patient name John Doe or Jane Doe, and listing the address as the Blackwood Creek Asylum, or any variation thereof, you are to shred it immediately. Do not log it. Do not question it. Consign it to oblivion. The Blackwood Creek Asylum." Chloe had just mentioned its ruins. "Why?" I asked, the pharmacist in me already bristling at the idea of destroying a prescription, however unorthodox. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Miss Thorne's face. "Some ailments, Dr. Frost, are not of the body, and some patients are best left undisturbed in their eternal rest. Their requests are not for succor. Second, she continued, ignoring my unspoken protest, you are not to fill any order, telephoned or otherwise, for unusually large quantities of sedatives, particularly chlorpromazine, haloperidol, or physical restraints, after 2 o'clock in the morning, regardless of the apparent urgency or the claimed authority of the prescriber. Politely defer. Cite stock shortages. The hour of 2 is a threshold. This was more than just strange. It bordered on professional misconduct. Yet, the certainty in her voice, the absolute conviction in those cold gray eyes, held me silent. And third, her voice dropped further, the hum of the pharmacy seeming to deepen around us. If, in the returns bin, or inexplicably appearing on these counters, you find a vial, often small, often ancient in appearance, perfectly preserved, containing a substance you do not recognize and which bears no label, you are not to open it. Under any circumstances, you will secure it, preferably in the old lead-lined safe in the compounding room, and inform me at once in the morning. Do not attempt to analyze it. Do not even inhale too deeply near it. The air in the pharmacy suddenly felt heavy, the scent of old herbs and chemicals sharpening, mingled with a faint, almost undetectable sweetness, like cloying funereal flowers. Nance. Thorn. I finally managed. With all due respect, these protocols, they seem to defy every standard of pharmaceutical practice. What exactly am I supposed to be guarding against here? She turned her gaze towards the front windows, where the last vestiges of twilight were surrendering to the encroaching dark. The street outside was deserted, the storefronts opposite like shuttered eyes. Some fond coup, Dr. Frost, she said, her voice a silken whisper that sent a shiver down my spine. Air not to cure, but to contain, to keep old wounds from weeping anew. Perdition has many old wounds. She placed a heavy, ornate brass key on the counter. The pharmacy is yours until dawn. May your shift be uneventful. With that, she retreated through a narrow door behind the dispensary, a door I hadn't noticed before, which presumably led to her private quarters or an exit. The click of its lock was unnervingly final. I was alone. The silence of perdition, broken only by the hum and the rustle of imagined paper, settled around me like a shroud, and from somewhere deep within the ancient walls, or perhaps only within my own strained mind, I thought I heard the faintest drawn-out sigh. The first few hours of my inaugural night shift at Willow Creek Pharmacy passed with an unnerving tranquility. I familiarized myself with the archaic inventory system, the meticulously organized, if unsettlingly silent, compounding room, and the lingering scent of something I couldn't quite place. A sweet, cloying undertone beneath the sharper medicinal smells, like lilies left too long in a sick room. The silence, after the initial departure of Miss Thorne, was profound, broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of a grandfather clock in the shadowed front retail area and the occasional creak of the old building settling around me. It was a silence that amplified every stray thought, every half-forgotten image from my past. The faces of those I'd failed, or believed I'd failed, seemed to shimmer at the edge of my vision. I tried to dismiss Miss Thorne's rules as the eccentricities of an old woman in an isolated town, perhaps a way to haze the new night pharmacist. But the chilling conviction in her voice, the dead seriousness in her eyes, made that dismissal difficult. The Blackwood Creek Asylum, even the name sent a shiver down my spine. It was just past midnight when the ancient fax machine in the corner, a relic I was surprised was still operational, whirred to life with a series of jarring beeps and clicks. It spat out a single, slightly crumpled sheet of paper. I picked it up. The letterhead was smudged, unreadable, but the prescription itself was clear enough, written in an elegant, old-fashioned script. Patient name, John Doe. Address, 1 Blackwood Creek Asylum Road, Perdition. Medication. Tincture of opium. QS. Trin for existential dread. My breath caught. Shredded immediately. Ms. Thorne's words. Existential dread. Tincture of opium. This was beyond irregular. It was a ghost script from a bygone era. My professional instincts warred with the unease coiling in my gut. I hesitated, my fingers tracing the faded ink. As I did, a gust of frigid air, impossibly cold for an autumn night with sealed windows, swept through the dispensary, ruffling the papers on my desk. The lights flickered once, twice, and I heard it. A soft, drawn-out sigh, seeming to emanate from the very walls around me. It was followed by a faint, almost inaudible whisper that sounded like, "So, cold." My hand shot out, snatching the prescription. I practically ran to the heavy-duty shredder Miss Thorne had pointed out. As the machine devoured the paper, reducing it to meaningless strips, the sighing seemed to intensify for a moment, then faded, leaving an oppressive stillness in its wake. I stood there, heart pounding, the scent of those funereal lilies suddenly stronger. The next afternoon, Chloe arrived for her short overlap shift, looking unusually pale. "Rough night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Just didn't sleep well," she said, avoiding my gaze. She began restocking a shelf with vitamins, her movements jerky. "You know," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "my grandmother used to work at Blackwood, before it closed, as a cleaner," she said. She said the doctors there, they weren't always trying to cure people. Sometimes they were just listening to things the patients said they heard, things the walls whispered. She shuddered. She never liked this pharmacy, said it felt too much like the quiet rooms at Blackwood. Later, Deputy Ray Keller made his first nocturnal visit. He was a man of few words, his face deeply lined, his eyes holding a permanent weariness. He bought a bottle of aspirin and a lukewarm coffee from the self-serve machine. He didn't engage in small talk, but his gaze swept the pharmacy with a slow, methodical intensity, lingering on the shredder, then on the locked door to the compounding room. "Everything quiet tonight, Dr. Frost?" he asked, his voice a low baritone rumble. "As a tomb, Deputy," I replied, trying for levity I didn't feel. He just grunted, a non-committal sound. "This town, it has its share of old tombs." He left as silently as he'd arrived. Before I left for my own uneasy sleep, I found a small, leather-bound diary tucked away behind a row of outdated pharmacopoeias. It was a night pharmacist's log, decades old. The entries were sparse, but one, dated shortly before the log abruptly ended, caught my eye. Written in a shaky, spidery hand, it read, "The Doe scripts keep coming. They don't want medication. They want out of the cold. They want out of the cold. I hear them scratching." I closed the diary, the old leather cool beneath my fingers, scratching. The nights at Willow Creek began to take on a rhythm, albeit a deeply unsettling one. The silence remained, but it was no longer empty. It was a listening silence, pregnant with unseen, unheard presences. I started hearing things more distinctly. Soft, dragging footsteps from the floor above. A space Miss Thorne had assured me was empty, used only for storage. The faint clinking of glass, as if someone were idly sorting through old vials in the compounding room. Even when I was at the main counter, I'd call out, a nervous tremor in my voice, only to be met with more silence. The scent of lilies and something else, a faint metallic tang, like old blood or rusting iron, would wax and wane without reason. It was well past 1:30 on a particularly oppressive moonless night when the second rule loomed. The old rotary phone on the counter, a direct line Miss Thorne said was for emergencies only, shrilled. its sound anachronistic and jarring. I picked it up. Willow Creek Pharmacy, Dr. Frost speaking. Doctor. A voice rasped, thin and strained, like air escaping a punctured lung. This is Dr. Alistair Finch, Blackwood. No. I mean, from the county urgent care. We have a situation. Your aunt highly agitated. Needs immediate chemical and physical restraint. The voice paused, a wet gasping sound in the background. Requesting 100 milligrams Haldol-Im stat and 4 sets of leather limb restraints. Full sets. Urgent. The clock on the wall read 1:52 a.m. Do not fill. After 2 a.m. my mind raced. Urgent care wouldn't typically stock such items in bulk, nor would they call a retail pharmacy for statin orders in such a manner. And Dr. Alistair Finch wasn't a name I recognized from any local physician roster. Dr. Finch, I began, trying to keep my voice steady. I'll need a formal prescription and patient details for verification. No time! No time! The voice shrieked, suddenly losing its strained composure, becoming a high-pitched whine of pure panic. He's breaking free. You must help us. Send the restraints, the medicine, before they get out. Then, abruptly, the panic subsided, replaced by a low, seductive whisper. A chorus of voices now, blending into one. Let us out, doctor. It's so dark in here, so cold. Just a little something to calm the others. A wave of nausea washed over me. The air in the pharmacy dropped several degrees. I could hear a faint, rhythmic thumping, like a frantic heartbeat, or something heavy being dragged across a stone floor, coming through the earpiece. My hand holding the receiver was slick with sweat. I'm afraid I cannot dispense those quantities without proper authorization and patient verification. I managed, my voice hoarse. It's after-hours protocol. It was a weak excuse, but the only one I could think of. The whispering stopped. For a beat, there was only the sound of that heavy, rhythmic thumping. Then, a low, guttural chuckle. A sound that seemed to bubble up from a place of profound malignancy. Such a stickler for the rules, Dr. Frost. But the rules, they can be bent or broken. Click. The line went dead. I slammed the receiver down, my body trembling. The lights in the pharmacy flickered, casting dancing, distorted shadows. The thumping sound I'd heard over the phone now seemed to be coming from inside the pharmacy, from the walls themselves. A dull, insistent pulse, and the metallic, bloody scent was overwhelmingly strong, mixed with the sharp, unmistakable odor of formalin. I backed away from the counter, my eyes darting to the locked door of the compounding room, half expecting it to burst open. When Chloe came in later that morning, I was a wreck. I recounted the call, omitting the more overtly supernatural whispers. She listened, her face growing paler with each word. The old pharmacist, she said, her voice barely a breath. Mr. Abernathy, the one who they found in the compounding room. He told my aunt, just before it happened, that he kept getting calls like that, late at night, asking for things to keep people quiet, to keep them tied down. He said he started seeing them. Outside, faces in the windows, trying to get in. I spent the rest of that day in a state of heightened anxiety. The walls of Willow Creek Pharmacy no longer felt like a sanctuary, however strange. They felt like a membrane, thin and permeable, separating me from a tide of unseen, unheard horrors. And I had the distinct, chilling impression that something had taken note of my adherence to the rules and was not pleased. That night, I noticed them for the first time. Faint, almost invisible handprints, child-sized, but with fingers too long, too thin, appearing and fading on the cold glass of the front display window, as if small, unseen things were pressing against me. pressing against it from the outside, trying to see in. The presence of the echoes of Blackwood Asylum, as I started to call them in the privacy of my own increasingly fractured thoughts, grew more palpable with each passing night. It was no longer just sounds or fleeting smells. I began to see them, or at least I thought I did. Shifting shadows in my peripheral vision that resolved into gaunt, stooped figures in what looked like tattered institutional gowns, faces pale and drawn, with eyes that were either hollow sockets or burned with a feverish, desperate light, would flash in the reflection of a computer screen or a polished countertop. Gone when I turned to look. Whispers, like dry leaves skittering across a floor, would weave in and out of the building's ambient hum, sometimes forming my name, sometimes just sighs of pain or soft, incoherent babbling. The scent of lilies, formalin, and that metallic tang became a near constant companion. I was losing sleep, existing on a knife edge of caffeine and frayed nerves. My scientific mind, my pharmacist training, railed against what I was experiencing, searching for logical explanations. Stress, exhaustion, the power of suggestion, but the sheer consistency, the sensory richness of these manifestations was hard to dismiss. It was nearing the end of a particularly harrowing week, a night when the wind outside shrieked like a tormented soul, that the third rule presented itself. I was performing a routine end-of-shift check of the returns bin, a plastic tub where patients occasionally deposited unused or discontinued medications, tucked beneath a half-empty bottle of antacids, and an expired inhaler was something that made me stop cold. It was a small vial, no larger than my thumb, crafted from dark, almost opaque amber glass. It was stoppered with a carved plug of what looked like ebony wood, the top of which was sealed with a disc of blackened beeswax, impressed with a strange, spidery symbol I didn't recognize. The vial itself felt unnaturally cold to the touch, even through my latex glove, and it was remarkably heavy for its size. There was no label, no indication of its contents or origin. It looked ancient, like something unearthed from a forgotten apothecary's chest. Yet it was perfectly preserved, not a chip or scratch on its dark surface. A peculiar aroma emanated from it, faint but distinct, a complex medley that made my head spin slightly. The sweet, heavy scent of night-blooming jasmine, a sharp, almost acrid note of sulfur, and an underlying metallic tang that reminded me with a jolt of visceral revulsion, of blood. If you find a vial, you are not to open it. Miss Thorne's voice, a cold whisper in my memory, but an almost irresistible compulsion rose within me. My fingers itched to work the ebony stopper free. What secrets did it hold? What forgotten remedy? Or perhaps what exquisitely crafted poison? My scientific curiosity, long suppressed, flared with a dangerous intensity. The vial seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. Or perhaps it was just a trick of the dim pharmacy illumination, and I could swear I heard a soft, feminine hum, a wordless, enchanting melody, coming from within the glass. Discover us. Deputy Keller chose that moment to make one of his infrequent late-night stops. He didn't knock, just let himself in. The bell above the door jangling harshly, startling me. I nearly dropped the vial, burning the midnight oil a bit late. "Dr. Frost?" he asked, his eyes, sharp and assessing, immediately fixing on the vial in my hand. His usual laconic demeanor seemed more strained tonight, his face etched with a deeper weariness. "Just sorting through returns, Deputy," I said, trying to keep my voice even, my hand instinctively closing around the vial, hiding it from view. "Anything unusual turn up?" he pressed, his gaze not leaving my hand. "Sometimes folks around here, they find old things best left buried, or they try to get rid of things they shouldn't have." "Nothing out of the ordinary," I lied, the vial suddenly feeling like a burning coal in my palm. He grunted, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He bought a pack of antacids. The irony was not lost on me, and left without another word, but his visit had broken the spell. The seductive hum from the vial had ceased. The compulsion to open it lessened, replaced by a gnawing dread. I remembered the old pharmacist's diary. I fumbled for it, my hands shaking. I flipped to the last entry, the one I hadn't been able to fully decipher before due to the bloodstains. Now, under the harsh fluorescent light, the words were terrifyingly clear. The vial is the key. The choir within sings of release. Open it, and all the lost voices will be free. Open it, and Blackwood will breathe again through us all. She knows. The Night Warden knows the litany. The Night Warden. Miss Thorne. The litany heart. With a surge of revulsion, I took the vial to the compounding room, and following Miss Thorne's explicit instructions, placed it inside the small, ancient lead-lined safe, slamming the heavy door shut and spinning the combination lock. But even through the thick metal, I could feel its presence. A cold spot in the room, and the scent, that unholy trinity of jasmine, sulfur, and blood, seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin, a promise of madness yet to be unleashed. That night, my dreams were filled with eyeless faces, whispering my name, and the sound of 1,000 tiny, unseen things, scratching, trying to get out of the walls, out of the floor, out of the very air around me. And the vial sat in the safe, pulsing faintly in the dark, waiting. The following nights were a descent into a waking nightmare. The echoes of Blackwood Asylum were no longer fleeting glimpses or subtle whispers. They were a constant, oppressive presence. Gaunt figures in tattered gowns drifted through the aisles, their movements soundless, their faces either obscured by shadow or horrifically distinct, eyes milky white and unseeing, or hollow sockets from which a thin, dark ichor seemed to weep. Their spectral hands, little more than bone and desiccated skin, would reach out as I passed, their touch an icy burn that lingered long after they'd faded back into the gloom. The whispers were incessant, a chorus of tormented voices, sighing, sobbing, begging for release, or for a draught of some forgotten medicine. My name, Julian, was a constant refrain, sometimes a plea, sometimes a hissed accusation. The scent from the lead-lined safe, where the ancient vial lay sequestered, had somehow permeated the entire pharmacy. It was a suffocating miasma of funereal jasmine, acrid sulfur, and the coppery tang of old blood, a perfume of madness that clung to everything, inducing waves of nausea and vivid, terrifying hallucinations. I saw the walls of the compounding room drip with a substance like tar. The faces in old medical portraits on the wall twist into leering grimaces, my own reflection in the polished counter, sometimes showing a stranger with haunted, hollow eyes. My carefully constructed scientific worldview was crumbling, replaced by a primal, superstitious terror. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford, each attempt resulting in jolting awake, heart pounding, to the sound of scratching from within the walls, or the soft, dragging footsteps of unseen patients. It was on such a night, when the wind howled around Willow Creek like a banshee, and the veil between worlds felt terrifyingly thin, that Miss Lydia Thorne appeared, not at her usual hour of arrival to relieve me, but materializing from the shadows of the dispensary near 3 a.m, as if she had been there all along, watching. Her usual severe composure was gone, replaced by an unnerving, almost ecstatic calm. Her gray eyes, usually so cold, now held a fervent, almost predatory gleam. "They are restless tonight, aren't they, Dr. Frost?" she said, her voice a silken murmur that barely disturbed the charged air. "They sense the proximity of a kindred spirit, someone who understands the delicate balance between remedy and affliction. "I'm Thorn," I stammered, backing away, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy pestle I now kept close. "What is happening here? These things." She tutted, a surprisingly maternal sound that was utterly incongruous with the madness in her eyes. "They are merely echoes, Doctor. Echoes of suffering, of misguided treatments, of minds fractured beyond repair. Blackwood Creek was a crucible of such echoes. And this place," she gestured around the pharmacy, "this pharmacy, built upon older foundations, has always been a conduit." She moved closer, her steps unnervingly silent. "My family, the Thorns, we have been the keepers of this conduit for generations. Not to seal it, as some might assume, but to manage it, to regulate the flow. The vial you found, Dr. Frost," her gaze flickered towards the compounding room, "is the key. An ancient preparation, a psychotropic catalyst, if you will, crafted by an ancestor with a unique understanding of the etheric arts. It doesn't just soothe the echoes. It can amplify them, direct them, even perhaps give them a new focus." My blood ran cold. The diary entry. She knows. The night warden knows the litany. "You want me to open it?" I whispered, the horrifying realization dawning. "You want me to become like them, or a vessel for them? A vessel, perhaps, or a new warden?" Ms. Thorne mused, her lips curving into a serene, terrifying smile. "The old ways require a periodic renewal. A fresh mind, untainted by prolonged exposure, yet sufficiently attuned to the dissonance. Your past, Dr. Frost, your unfortunate mistake, the guilt you carry, it makes you exquisitely sensitive. The perfect instrument for the litany of containment. Or, perhaps," her smile widened, "the litany of release." As if summoned by her words, the activity of the echoes intensified. The temperature in the pharmacy plummeted, the shadowy figures solidified, their forms more distinct, their moans and whispers coalescing into a single desperate plea. Drifted towards me, her hands outstretched, her fingernails long and yellowed. "The tincture. Please. The pain." "They see your potential, Dr. Frost," Miss Thorne said, her voice almost a purr. "They see the healer within. Open the vial. Embrace the chorus. Become part of Perdition's true heritage." She produced a small antique key, clearly for the lead-lined safe. Suddenly, a distorted, high-pitched shriek cut through the spectral cacophony. A new figure stumbled into the pharmacy from the front entrance, which I now realized was slightly ajar. It was a man, or what had once been a man. His clothes were the tattered remnants of a patient's gown, his skin a sickly gray, stretched taut over sharp bones. One eye was a milky orb, the other a gaping, weeping socket. He clutched a crudely written prescription slip. "Jane Doe, Blackwood Creek Asylum, an impossibly large dose of Thorazine." He lunged towards the counter, his movements jerky and unnatural. "There, the quietus," he gurgled, his voice a wet, rasping sound. She promised. "If we brought the new one," he pointed a trembling skeletal finger at me. "This was no mere echo. This was something else. Something given a horrifying semblance of physicality. An emissary," Miss Thorne said calmly, unfazed. "A demonstration of what awaits. Of the peace you can bring them, Dr. Frost. Or the power you can wield." The cacophony reached a fever pitch. The walls seemed to press in, the air thick with the scent of decay and madness. I was trapped between a deranged custodian of ancient horrors, a horde of spectral entities, and a grotesque mockery of a patient. Then a shout from outside, followed by the shattering of the front window. Deputy Ray Keller burst in, not with his usual weary demeanor, but with a grim, determined set to his jaw, a heavy-gauge shotgun in his hands. Chloe Davis was right behind him, her face pale but resolute, clutching a thick, leather-bound ledger I recognized as one of the pharmacy's oldest prescription logs. "Thorn!" Keller roared, his voice cutting through the din. "It ends tonight. No more keepers. No more offerings." "Deputy Keller," Miss Thorne said, her voice laced with icy disapproval. "You meddle in affairs far beyond your comprehension. This is the ancient pact of perdition." "Pact's broken, Lydia," Chloe interjected, her voice surprisingly strong. "We found your ancestors' journals. The litany of containment isn't about controlling them. It's about feeding whatever is in that vial, using the echoes as fuel. Using the echoes as fuel." Miss Thorne's serene mask finally cracked, her face contorting into a snarl of fury. "Insolent children, you know nothing." She lunged towards the compounding room, towards the safe. The grotesque patient shrieked and charged at Keller. The spectral figures surged forward, their whispers becoming a deafening roar. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that if Miss Thorne reached that vial, if she opened it, whatever fragile barrier remained would shatter. My scientific mind, my pharmacist training, desperately searched for a solution, a counteragent to this supernatural poison. The vial's unique aroma: jasmine, sulfur, blood. Sulfur compounds were often used in older remedies as neutralizers or irritants. "Chloe, the elemental sulfur powder," I yelled, pointing towards a large jar on a high shelf in the compounding room, a rarely used ingredient for certain dermatological preparations, and a wide dispersal mechanism. An insufflator anything, while Keller grappled with the physical horror, and Miss Thorne fumbled with the safe's combination. Chloe, with a burst of adrenaline, scrambled onto a stool, reaching the sulfur. The spectral forms were closing in on me, their icy touch burning my skin, their faces inches from mine, whispering promises of oblivion and eternal torment. I had to create a diversion, something to disrupt their focus, their connection to whatever force Miss Thorne was trying to unleash. My eyes fell on the shredder and the pile of John Doe prescriptions I had dutifully destroyed. "They want acknowledgement," the old diary had said. With a desperate cry, I grabbed a handful of my own prescription pads and a pen, scribbling furiously. "John Doe, Blackwood Asylum, diagnosis, released, prescription, peace." I shredded them one after another, shouting the words. The effect was instantaneous. The echoes recoiled, a wave of confusion rippling through their ranks. Their tormented cries shifted, a new note of hope, or perhaps just startled silence, entering the din. It was the opening Chloe needed. She'd found an old rubber bulb insufflator. She filled it with a bright yellow sulfur powder. Miss Thorne finally wrenched open the safe, her hand reaching for the dark amber vial. "Too late, fools," she shrieked. "Now, Chloe, now!" I screamed. Chloe squeezed the bulb, sending a dense cloud of fine sulfur powder into the air, directly towards Miss Thorne and the open safe. Miss Thorne choked, a strangled cry, as the yellow dust enveloped her and the vial. The spectral figures shrieked, a sound of intense agony, and began to dissipate, their forms flickering and becoming translucent, as if the sulfur was anathema to their very existence. The grotesque patient collapsed, twitching, its form seeming to deflate. The vial, clutched in Miss Thorne's sulfur-coated hand, began to glow with an angry, pulsating red light. A high-pitched whine emanated from it, growing in intensity, a sound that felt like needles in my brain. The pharmacy shook violently. It's going to break," Keller yelled, struggling to his feet. Miss Thorne, her eyes wide with terror and a dawning realization of her miscalculation, looked at the glowing vial in her hand, as if it were a viper. The litany of release was not what she had envisioned. The red light from the vial flared, blindingly bright, and then, with a sound like shattering crystal, and a concussive blast of frigid air that threw us all backwards, it went dark. The silence that descended after the vial's explosive demise was more profound, more absolute than any Perdition night I had yet endured. It was the silence of a vacuum, the silence of a battle abruptly ended, leaving only the ringing in our ears and the acrid stench of sulfur hanging heavy in the air. The violent shaking had stopped. The oppressive, bone-chilling cold had receded, replaced by the natural coolness of the pre-dawn hour. Dust motes, thick with sulfur particles, danced in the weak beam of Deputy Keller's flashlight as he slowly got to his feet. Coughing, Chloe was already scrambling up, her face smudged with yellow, her eyes wide but remarkably steady. I pushed myself up from the floor, my body aching, my mind a maelstrom of disbelief and adrenaline. The echoes of Blackwood Asylum were gone. The oppressive, sentient atmosphere that had plagued Willow Creek Pharmacy had lifted, as if a great weight had been removed. The grotesque emissary lay in a heap near the counter, no longer twitching, its form rapidly desiccating, crumbling into a pile of what looked like old, tattered cloth and brittle, dust-like fragments. Miss Lydia Thorne lay near the open safe, unmoving. Keller approached her cautiously. She was alive, her breathing shallow, her eyes closed. The dark amber vial was gone, seemingly vaporized in the final explosive release of its contained energy. Her hand, which had clutched it, was raw and blistered, the skin angry red beneath the coating of sulfur. The serene, manipulative mask was gone, leaving only the face of a frail, defeated old woman. What was in that thing? Chloe whispered, her voice hoarse, gesturing towards the safe. I don't know for sure, I said, my own voice rough. But I think your ancestors' journal was right, Chloe. It wasn't just controlling the echoes. It was feeding on them, or being fed by them. A symbiotic malignancy. The sulfur, a classic alchemical element often associated with purification or warding, had clearly been anathema to it, disrupting its ethereal structure. My desperate gamble with the release prescriptions had momentarily confused the echoes, breaking their focused intent, giving Chloe the opening she needed. Keller grunted, cuffing Miss Thorne's uninjured hand to a sturdy shelf support. She'll have a lot of explaining to do, though I doubt any of it will make sense to the folks down in Cheyenne. He looked around the wrecked pharmacy. This whole town's got layers of rot no one wants to look at too closely. He paused, his gaze meeting mine. That's sulfur. Quick thinking, Doc. And you, young lady, he nodded at Chloe, you've got more grit than most deputies I know. As the first hesitant light of dawn began to filter through the shattered front window, painting the sulfur-dusted chaos in pale, ghostly hues, the immediate sense of supernatural dread began to recede, replaced by the more mundane realities of what had transpired. A break-in, an assault, an old woman who had clearly lost her mind. That would be the official story, meticulously constructed. The truth, far more monstrous and unbelievable, would remain buried beneath the floorboards of Willow Creek, alongside generations of other unspoken secrets. We found the ancient, lead-lined safe empty, save for a lingering coldness and the faintest trace of that unholy jasmine sulfur blood perfume, now more a memory than a scent. Miss Thorne's ancestors' journals, which Chloe had bravely retrieved, spoke of the anima sanguis, the blood soul, a potent concoction designed to bind and amplify wayward spirits, but which, over time, had developed a malevolent sentience of its own, requiring ever more potent wardens or vessels to appease its hunger. The Thorns had gone from being its creators to its prisoners, perpetuating a cycle of horror in the name of a twisted containment. When the county sheriff and the first responders arrived, summoned by Keller, their faces were a mixture of confusion and grim resignation. Perdition, it seemed, had a reputation for nights like these, even if the true nature of its darkness was rarely acknowledged. Miss Thorne was taken away on a stretcher, her eyes still closed, her silence absolute. No one questioned the sulfur too closely. A chemical spill in a pharmacy wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. Chloe and I gave our statements, carefully edited versions of the night's events. We were victims of a disturbed individual. The end. But the unspoken truth hung heavy between us, a shared trauma that would bind us in ways we couldn't yet comprehend. As I watched the emergency vehicles pull away, the rising sun casting long shadows, I felt a profound exhaustion, but also a sliver of something else, a fragile, tentative peace. The whispers, for now, were silent. Months later, Perdition, Wyoming, was a fading, nightmarish memory. Willow Creek Pharmacy had been closed indefinitely, its windows boarded up, another forgotten casualty in a town that seemed to specialize in them. Miss Lydia Thorne, I learned through a discreet inquiry to Deputy Keller, had been declared mentally unfit to stand trial, and was now a permanent resident of a state psychiatric facility, ironically, not too dissimilar in its grim reputation to the Blackwood Creek asylum she had, in her own twisted way, tried to manage. Her ramblings about ancient pacts, whispering vials, and the hunger of the echoes were dismissed as the delusions of a fractured mind. I'd left Perdition as soon as I was able, unable to bear the weight of its silence, its knowing glances. I found a position in a busy, brightly lit, 24-hour pharmacy in a sprawling urban center on the West Coast, a place as far removed from the shadowed antiquity of Willow Creek as I could imagine. I craved the noise, the anonymity, the relentless, unthinking thrum of ordinary life. For a while it worked. The faces in my nightmares began to recede, replaced by the mundane anxieties of a demanding job. Chloe Davis, I heard, had finished her internship, and surprisingly, decided to stay in Perdition. She'd taken a job at the small county clinic, her determination to understand and perhaps combat the town's lingering darkness, however subtly, outweighing her fear. We corresponded occasionally, brief, carefully worded emails that skirted the true horror of what we experienced, but acknowledged a shared scar. One late Tuesday night, during a lull in the usual city bustle, an electronic prescription pinged into my queue. I opened it, my eyes scanning the details. Patient name, Annabelle Thorne. Address, Perdition County Secure Ward. Medication, chlorpromazine, high dosage. Prescriber, State Psychiatric Services. My blood ran cold. Annabelle Thorne, Miss Thorne's first name, if I recalled correctly. A chilling coincidence, or something more? As I prepared the medication, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The familiar cloying scent of jasmine and sulfur, faint but unmistakable, pricked at my nostrils. I looked around the brightly lit modern dispenser. For a fleeting second, in the reflection of the polished steel counter, I saw not my own face, but the gaunt, haunted features of a Blackwood patient, their eyes hollow and pleading. The whisper started again, soft, insidious, at the very edge of my hearing. So many, still waiting. I stumbled back, knocking a tray of vials to the floor. My colleague on duty rushed over, concern etched on her face. "Julian, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile, my heart hammering. "Just tired. Long shift." But I knew. The vial may have been destroyed, but its essence, its anima sanguis, was not so easily vanquished. It was a contagion of the soul, a sickness that spread through cracks in the mind, through shared trauma, through the very act of remembrance. Perdition wasn't just a place. It was a state of being, a lingering infection. I filled Annabelle Thorne's prescription. As I affixed the label, I noticed a small, almost invisible detail on the digital order form. Something I'd overlooked in my initial shock. A secondary, non-standard diagnostic code I didn't recognize. When I ran it through an old, obscure medical database I sometimes used for historical research, the definition that came back was archaic, almost medieval. Morbus susurrens, the whispering sickness. The fight at Willow Creek hadn't been an ending. It had been an exposure. I was now a carrier, perhaps, or simply attuned to a frequency of despair that most of the world remained blissfully deaf to. The echoes weren't confined to Blackwood. They were everywhere, in every shadowed corner, in every troubled mind. And sometimes, when the night was quiet and the barriers thin, they would reach out, seeking not a cure, but a listener, aching a new prescription for their damnation. I still work the night shift. It's where I belong now, a warden of a different kind, in a much larger, more diffuse asylum. And sometimes, when a particular prescription comes through, or when a certain cloying floral scent drifts on the sterile air, I prepare an extra unwritten order, a silent prayer for the lost, and a renewed vow to keep listening, even when the whispers try to pull me back into the all-consuming silence of perdition. The litany, it seemed, was now mine to bear. And that was I'm a night shift pharmacist in Perdition. We have 3 strange rules to survive. Now tell me, if you had found that unmarked vial, would you have opened it? Would you have obeyed the rules? Or tested them? Leave your answer in the comments. I read everyone. And if this story chilled you in half as much as it did me while narrating it, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. There's more coming. The veil is always thin at night, and the next rule you hear might be one you're already breaking. Sleep well, if you can.